Hello, hello, folks. That's less than ideal, isn't it? What have we got going on there? Super bright, bright. That's the middling one. Okay. Live chat or messages. Join me in chat, folks, if there's anybody out there. Let me prepare the necessaries. I am behind. Running late, just walking the doggy. Cheers to the subscribers and to anybody that is out there. This is episode 20 of TrampCast Hangouts. Friday night. If you're lonesome on a Friday, if you've got nowhere better to be, if you don't have a life, hang out with a tramp. Why not? Yeah. Let's see how Friday goes. No real topics lined up. This is just this sausage roll. I've got a car stopped outside. I was moving on. That's good. Don't like it when they stop. I am sweating like a pig, folks. I've got the fan on in here, but it is boiling. Had to close the doors because of the flies. Oscar again. Oh, now you're super enriched. You were just enriched the last I saw you. Now you're super enriched. Okay. Cheers to you guys, the early arrivals. Warm beer, no ice again, folks. I went and bought my weekend beer earlier. Oh, had to be done. I've got no idea what a macam is, but yeah. Hey, Josie, you're here, and yes, we can see you. You are here, my love. Yeah, all good. Oh, Friday night, folks. It's Friday again, and the lighting in here is suboptimal. Let me see what I can do. That made not a jot of difference to you, did it? I don't think you could even see that. Could you? Very minor. I've got one set of my Christmas lights not lighting. It might still be too light. It's early, isn't it? It hasn't gone dark yet. 9:30 here in Spain, or obviously just after now, 9:34. But yeah. How do you manage to sleep in this heat? You're in La Marina. Hold on. And you've got a fan on full blast. I have a fan on in here. I've got it on low at the moment. I only put it on 5 minutes or so each hour. Maybe a little bit more this time of night, just to try and cool us down a little bit. Spraying water is the key. Spray yourself down with a mist of water, and as the water evaporates, it has some cooling effect. Spray the bedding similarly. My only problem at the minute is that the bottle I'm using for spraying, I can't find my proper one, so I'm using one that had some kind of detergent in fairly recently, and so far, no matter how much I rinse it, I can't get rid of that chemically smell. So I can't spray Tina. I can spray the floor around her, but I can't spray my doggy. I just put up with it. I just put up with the chemicaliness of it. It wasn't a particularly aggressive cleaning thing, just a mild detergent. Yeah, I know we've got weather warnings. Yeah. Even in Spain, the Met Office is giving out weather warnings for how hot it's going to be. That's quite concerning, isn't it? You think that Spain will just be used to this stuff, but no, they have warnings for extreme temperatures, and it's quite early in the year to be having them as well. It's not even July yet. When the Spanish don't even consider it summer until August. It's bizarre. I'm not even sure that the water parks, the water slides and things, I don't even know if they've opened those yet. Like the Brits would have gone from like February onwards. But the Spanish just don't consider it warm enough yet. Well, usually this time of year they wouldn't consider warm enough. This place is just about open, if at all, yet. Some of the supermarkets are switching to summer hours. Mercadona's in coastal regions will be starting to open on Sundays 9 while 3:30, something like that. That's a summer thing, and some of them extend the normal hours through the week, whereas normally they're open while 9:30, I think, at night. Through summer, some places open while 10. But it's only July onwards, really. Maybe the last week in June. I think this weekend onwards, some of them start with that. So we'll see. But yeah, weather warnings. It's ridiculous. Rich, hello. Hello. Let me just step back and see whether I've missed anybody else. Sausage Roll, Claire, Josie, Oscar. Yeah, Oscar has upgraded from enriched to super enriched. I like it. I'm sure there's is there a backstory there? Maybe? I'm not sure. Have we brought any topics, folks? I've got nothing. I was just watching about possibly the largest comet that we've ever found, which is going to make a pass in the next year or two, and it's huge. I can't remember how huge. 14 kilometers across, was it? Something like that. When they first detected it, it didn't appear to move in the sky. Now, normally you detect these things by taking pictures, like on consecutive nights or maybe a week apart or something, and you flick between them, and when something moves between the two pictures, it sticks out like a sore thumb. The human eye is really good at spotting that movement when you flick between two pictures. Most stars stay the same, but then you get something move. But this didn't move, or hardly moved, but it did get kind of bigger and slightly brighter, because it's coming like head on, or almost head on. It's headed into the inner solar system. So from wherever it's coming, from the Oort cloud, I think they said, it appears to just be moving right at us. So I was just watching about that, but that is literally the only sciencey stuff I've seen this week, I think. Yeah, I got nothing. So we're just going to hang out and chat. How's the temperatures where the rest of you are then? Those of you that are not here in Spain. UK, I think you're in a cool spell at the minute, are you? I exchanged a few messages with Rob B earlier, guy who releases a music video every weekend. He's in Glasgow, and he says it's cool at the minute. Where are you, Rich? Remind me. I know you're in the UK. I just don't know where. Sausage Roll 26. Remind me. Sausage Roll was in Staffordshire, but that was just for work. Or Stafford. Top of UK. You're right at the north of Scotland. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I know that the UK did have a warm spell. 26 doesn't sound too bad. Where Sausage Roll is, that's not bad. Norfolk. Okay, so you're back from Stafford. You're back home from your flavours job, if I remember correctly. Oh, itchy arms, folks, itchy. The trouble, I am literally wet through. This t-shirt is stuck to me. But so this was out in the field, in one of those bags out in the field. I brought a bunch of things inside, or I got them ready to bring inside. I put them out and aired them in the sun, let a bit of ultraviolet and ozone get to them. But it was crunchy. It's been in, when the old tent got not so much flooded, but the water ingress, when we had when we had the big leaks, it got wet, so it was crusty in the bag. But I just put it on and figured, sod it, I don't know if you know this, but clothes kind of self-clean after a while. It's an old theory I had when I was a teenager, and I'm sticking with it. If you wear things long enough, they kind of sort of clean themselves. And if you put them out in the sun every now and again, get the ozone and the ultraviolet on them, that helps. Get them aired out. I'm just monitoring this fan and how much power it's taking from the EcoFlow. Not too bad at the minute. I'm down to 89%, so we got a ways to go. I'm happy for it to go down to, I don't know, 85 or maybe 80 in these first couple of hours. But I have to monitor. I can't. I woke up in a panic this morning. The EcoFlow had turned itself off entirely, and I thought it'd run out of power. I thought maybe I'd fallen asleep and left the fan on, and it had turned off because it got down to 0. But no, I turned it on and it was still on like 65 or something. But then we had a cloudy start to the day, and I thought, oh shit. What if I've let it run down and then we have a day with no real sun? I hear it, Tina. I hear it. I had a bit of a semi-incident earlier. I heard motorised scooters, you know, the stand-up electric things, come down the road and stop. And I heard like young lads' voices. And they stopped, like opposite the door of the tent, but in the road. A couple of kids up to no good. But I surprised them by jumping out of the door right in front of them. I don't know what they were going to do. They didn't have stones. They didn't look like they were going to throw stones unless they were going to pick them up from the ground where they were. They'd not brought any. I got a feeling they were going to try coming in. Maybe try robbing, try stealing. Arrogant little buggers. But they got back on their once I got out and got the dog with me. They don't know that the dog's kind of disabled, so you got a barking dog and you've got me, and they jump on their scooter, start riding off, get 10 or so meters away, and then get a little bit lippy. Started calling me abuelito, which is like little old man or little granddad. Yeah, they get a little bit brave all of a sudden once they've got some distance. But what were they doing when they stopped and they were in the hedge out here? What were they? So there's about 5, 6, maybe 7 meters between the door of the tent and the edge of the track. But what did they stop for? What were they doing? That's the question. Sausage roll is making and bottling, packing and putting ice cream topping syrups on pallets. Okay, whoa. It jumped. Oh, it jumped backwards, not forwards. Josie in Amsterdam, 25 centigrade and a little rain in the morning. Someone attempted burglary, 3 immigrants. Thankfully they were seen on CCTV by neighbours who threatened to release 2 big dogs on them before they ran off empty-handed. Get that footage over to the cops. Not that they'll do anything, but then I would have, I don't know, I'm not allowed to say this, but air guns are effective. Especially the ones that look the part. Rifle, not pistol. 12 foot-pounds. Get yourself a proper pre-charged pneumatic. They're certainly a good deterrent to wave around, so I'm told. Crossbow is better, yeah. Crossbow. Yeah, you got to be careful what you say here, folks. But yeah, cop's not interested unless it's a hurtful tweet. That's right. You say something against the Rainbow Alliance or against Southeast Asian men who are into children. Say something against those and you'll have them knocking at your door, a van load of them, and they'll all be in bulletproof vests and, yeah. But a burglary or an attempted burglary. You could always just, if the police won't do anything, you could always just put the footage out on social media. Then the police will tell you off. Then you'll get the police to come round, but they'll come round to tell you what a bad person you are for putting the footage out on social media. But fuck them. It's your footage, or it's your friend's footage, your neighbour's footage. Do what you want with it. Show people for what they are. How do you know they're immigrants? How would you prove they're not? Super soaker full of piss. There's an idea. You can make assumptions. I got noises outside still. Oh, just well, a couple of hours after we had the lads with their motor scooters on the road here, another couple of lads, I heard two scooters come down and stop again. So I kind of assumed it was going to be the same kids come back. So I've got a little pile of stones by my door here, and I opened the door. Dog ran out. Well, ran, bum shuffled, but it was a different pair of blokes that just stopped to look at their phone or something. Fortunately, my girl can't run anymore. Otherwise, she would have been up and at them. But she bum shuffles quite fast when she wants to. But yeah, I am still on edge about kids throwing rocks. Now, guys, let's not argue amongst ourselves. I jump to the same conclusions. If you've got a bunch of brown-skinned guys trying to kick your door in the UK, I'm going to be assuming that they're immigrants. Why wouldn't you? They're not natives, are they? Or at least they're not native-born. They're not white Europeans. Yeah, it's all right. Not everyone will agree with everything anybody says. That's okay. Not everybody agrees with everything. There's been a massive influx of people into Britain that are not of British origin. I mean, in my life, when I was a kid, there was one black guy in the village. This was a village of, what, 15,000 people? Tina, hey, quiet. Nowadays, Britain's very, very different. I forget the percentages. Something between what? It's about 15% of the UK now is non-white. And certain towns, non-white is the majority. Certain areas of London were a long time ago, like Tooting. I lived in Tooting Broadway and travelled through Tooting Beck. That was a very colourful area, even back in the 80s. And nowadays, I'm guessing there'd be even more. But I mean, I haven't been in the country for however long it's been now. What? Been in 9 years now, I think. And whenever I talk about going back, I always get a bunch of people telling me not to go back. It's very different now. So yeah, Our friend Oscar here is trying to get on the list with local authorities for housing, and as a white European and native-born Brit, you're very much at the bottom of the list. And if you look over the last few years, what have we had? 2 million. I think over the last 20 years, the population's grown by 10 million, and with no extra infrastructure, no extra reservoirs, very few extra hospitals, no extra doctors, nurses, dentists, schools, or all of that. So whether you call it racism or whether it's just a reality, I don't know. But I certainly don't think we should be told that we can't say it or that we can't discuss it. It should be a topic open for discussion. Let's see. What was your letter from the courts? Still haven't looked. I know I should, and I will eventually, but I'm just too chicken. This has been hanging over me for 5 years, folks. 5 years. It's difficult to just look at the paperwork. It's a mental block. I know it's wrong. I know I should do it. But see, some people are very much like now. They'd be right into the paperwork, looking at what the outcome is straight away. And I wish I was that person. I just never have been. I've just never been that person. Don't know, folks. I'll get to it sooner or later. I think the fact that they had the court case without me means that whatever the normal appeals process would be, I think I've got another right to appeal beyond whatever that. Let's say there was a 14-day deadline for appealing ordinarily. But my claim isn't just the normal appeals process. My claim is that, hey, you shouldn't have even had that court case without me. I'm here at the address that's on paper. The address, I'm at the location and can prove I've been here for 2.5 years at the location that you've got on the paperwork. How could you not have come here and given me the paperwork? How could you not? And I'm at the phone number that you had on record because you rang me to tell me to go to the court to pick up the paperwork 2.5 months after the court case. You had my phone number. We know you had my phone number. Why did you not alert me before the court case? It's a totally bizarre situation. So yeah, I know I should look at the paperwork. I can kind of sort of read Spanish, but I'm not sure that I'm qualified to read it in a legal sense. So yeah, I don't know, folks. Let me turn this fan off. I can't just leave that on all night, I don't think. I'll put it back on in another. I promised to look at it. I know I did, I know. I went back on my word. I promised myself I would look at it. I gotta clean these. These glasses are misting up. I think there's so much moisture in here, folks. Because I've been spraying water bottles and things, and the air's... Yeah, the glasses just feel cloudy. Even now. If they come for you and take you there and then, what about your stuff, Tina? Read the paperwork. I know. You're trying to logic me into a position that, you know, that emotionally I'm resistant to. You're right. I should. Sativa breeder Martin. I'm gonna go with. Tell me how wrong I am. I'm guessing Martin, or trying to remember. I'm reaching back for Martin. I think that's right, but I could be way wrong. Come on, hurry up and type. It is Martin. Okay, thank you. What a memory. So how many people did we fall out with before? We lost Sausage Roll. Never going to talk to me again. I don't know. You got to be able to cope with people who've got different opinions. There's a lot of people nowadays that as soon as they hear that someone's got a different opinion from them, they just freaks out and go. Because we're racist. One of our friends here had 3 guys trying to kick his door in, I think this morning or last night, and it's caught on CCTV, and they're of a swarthy persuasion, and so it was suggested that they were migrants or immigrants, which it's an assumption, but it's you know what I mean. You got 3 people trying to kick your door in, who are of a swarthy, a dark-skinned persuasion. It's not an unfair assumption to reach, I don't think. So we got branded racist, and I left. Yeah, it's getting difficult to stand up and say England for the English or Britain for the British. Other people may be welcome, but you got to behave yourself. Respect the majority. When I go to Saudi Arabia, I can't drink because that's their rule. You don't get to go in and start bossing them around and telling them how to behave. Then you don't get to go and be a criminal and there's a whole. I don't want to go off on one. I'm not, or I try not to be racist. But when you've got a mass influx of people of a different race in a short period of time, and they're not following the societal norms, then comments going to be passed. Yeah. I don't know how to pronounce some of these words, but yeah, you've got the replacement. I know some of the. I'm not the biggest believer in some of these conspiracy theories. I don't know whether it's a plan or whether it's what would the word be? Just maladministration on behalf of the authorities. There's an argument that the left want to bring in more people and that they will automatically vote left. In the case of the UK, that would be Labour. There's an argument for that. I'm not sure it's true. In fact, what we're starting to see now is, if you notice in British politics, whether we try and dance around it and call them Southeast Asians or whether we call them Pakistani, they're overrepresented in British politics for the amount in the population. They're 4% of the population, maybe 3%, 4% of the population. But if you look at the number of MPs and the number of Lord Mayors and things around the country and councillors, it's only a matter of time before they form their own party, and then they're not Labour. The left doesn't get the votes. straying into politics, folks, which it is divisive and it will lose us viewers. So touch on it, but don't go too deep into it. But there's a genuine concern there, whether it's an orchestrated plan from outside, whether it's just naivety on behalf, particularly of the left. But you say the left, but the Tories didn't do anything different when they were in power. They didn't stop it. You get one boat capsizes and a few people drown, and suddenly saving lives is more important than defending the borders, and so we're escorting them in and picking them up and dropping them off. We put them in an army base and they trash it and say it's not fit, and so we put them in 5-star hotels instead. The fuck is that about? Then they smash up hotel rooms and say that a 32-inch TV screen isn't big enough, they want bigger. They're all globalists. And off we go talking about Davos and yeah. Don't really want to go there because there's, again, a lot of conspiracy theories, and I'm not the biggest believer in conspiracy theories. Now, quite a few have turned out true over the years, obviously, like the Iran was it Iran Contra? You had the Contras in Nicaragua. There was trade going on there to fund the CIA to then do things over in Iran. Back in the 80s under Reagan, wasn't it? So there have been some monumental conspiracies that turn out to be true. It doesn't mean I jump on the bandwagon with everything. I think I saw my friend Karen arriving. Hello, Karen. I hope we've got some different discussion topics. Read the letter and we'll stop politicking. I'm not reading the letter, not today. What I might do is tomorrow afternoon sink a few beers and pluck up the courage, do the Dutch courage, as we would say in Britain. No offence, Josie. It's just a British saying. I don't know where it comes from. If Jack Attack's still here, you can research that one for me, mate. Dutch courage. Where do we get that phrase from? Dutch courage means to have some beer and then pluck up the courage to do whatever. But I've got no idea of the provenance of it, the reason for it, the background for it. Just one of those phrases we have. So I guess we've had our own little bit of drama here within the stream tonight, a little fallout. A little falling out amongst friends. Hopefully we can make up for it tomorrow when I'm on when I chat at Big Clive's and what have you. We shall see. I quite like sausage roll. I don't know, I'm not sure what. Well, I know what happened and I see what happened and why. I can see what the disagreement is. I'm just not sure it's racism to make that assumption. Spain do indeed have who's fallen out. Sausage roll and I'm just scrolling back to see if I can see his new username. Has he dropped out? Hold on. Enriched, super enriched there. Yeah, Oscar. Super enriched. Somebody trying to kick in Oscar's door. Super enriched. And the caught on video. And because of the swarthy complexion, the assumption was made that they were migrants. Now, also they were challenged and spoken to, and so accents and things probably formed part of it. It's probably not just... But three people with a darker complexion were trying to kick his door in. It's caught on camera. Neighbours challenged them and threatened to set the dog on them. The assumption was made in chat that it was immigrants. Yeah, Sausage Roll just assumed it. Yeah, in the UK, yeah. Sausage Roll assumed that was racism on Oscar's part, and I guess on my part as well for backing him up. Like I said, I like Sausage Roll. We speak on Big Clives and on Scruff Dogs. Maybe we're finished. Maybe we're not. I don't know. I just don't think it's a. I don't think it's too far fetched a leap. The sound is gone. I don't think so. Maybe refresh. Nobody else is. How's the sound for everyone else? Tell you what I can do. I am on 100% charge. I can unplug this in case that's a problem. Let me know, chat. Let me know, chat. How's sound? Everyone else is good. 5x5. Okay. Just you, Josie. And then you're not going to hear me when I say it. Can somebody type and tell Josie to kind of leave and come back in? Or refresh the page, depending on... She's not going to hear me telling her to refresh the page, is she? If somebody could just type that message for her, that would help. There we go. Dutch. Okay, Andrew. Okay, let's have a look at this. Two possible origins, not oranges. The first derives from the disparaging idea that Johnny Foreigner, whether sailing up the Medway or facing down the locals in the East Indies, needed a few drinks. Okay. And then it cut off. I think, is there a text limit? The Dutch needed a drink to go fight. Okay. Karen said, I've missed messages here, folks. I don't know how. I was here all along. It's been the longest week of Karen's life, and it's only a week. Yeah. What do you got? About another 9 before you're back out here? We can hold our liquor, says Josie, the Dutch lady. Okay. Sorry, just scrolling. Hello to Andrew G and Helen. I guess that's your partner, yeah? Whoa! You okay, Tina? Is that a motorbike? It's usually the motorbikes with a really loud engine that suddenly miss times and sound is back. Did you step out and back in, Josie? Refresh the page kind of thing. Karen's been looking at flights, 25 quid. But haven't you, how do you go with days? Aren't you only allowed 90 days? What's the crack? Have they not got that computerized system up and running yet? I'm hoping that we get some kind of deal sorted before I leave the country, so that when I walk out of the country, nobody's even bothered about how long I've been here. Because 9 years is slightly overstaying any kind of visa. Oh, fingers in front of the camera, sorry folks. Oh, you'd muted your own PC. Hold on. Martin had 2 trees in the garden snapped in winds the other day. Oh, what day? When did I have the winds? Oh, it's maybe a week ago. When the winds came out of nowhere that night and suddenly, yeah, the weather forecast was saying 13 kilometers per hour. I had one app say gusts up to 20 kilometers an hour, but I kid you not, we've had days where it's been 50 kilometers an hour and it wasn't as bad as it was. It was only for like an hour. But it was one day last week. I was talking about it in the last TrampCast, I think, wasn't I? So one day last week we had, but it came out of nowhere. Not in any of the weather forecasts, not nowhere, but 1 hour of just hell, where the tent was like leaning over at 45 degrees almost. Yeah. And that side's well anchored. This side's not as well anchored. Some of the cordage has come undone. I can't even find I need like a handheld metal detector. I can't even find the tent pegs that the cordage would have been fastened to. The travails of living in a tent. Hold on. Karen says yes, and I don't know what to. She had a look at that, and I said something about. She said yes, but don't hold your breath. Is that for getting the computer system up and running, or for you having enough days left? I'm not sure where we are. Monday was windy here, says Karen. Karen's back in the UK at the minute. 60 to 70 kilometers per hour for 48 hours. No, that's incredible. I know you named the place, but I'm not familiar with it. You're down south somewhere, aren't you? I think. I might be remembering wrong. No, I've gone too far back. I don't even know how to pronounce that. Antikythera? Antikythera. That sounds like the place in Greece with the Antikythera device. That's almost Antikythera. Antikythera. Snap 2 trees. What are we barking at, Tina? Kids' voices, yeah? Yeah. Hold on. Unlikely at this time of night, darling. Although we did get it that one time a couple of weeks ago. I would start to relax about this time and not fear any stones or whatever being thrown, but on the edge of the central plateau. Yeah, you're just making me show my ignorance even more. I mean, Central Plateau, obviously, I understand we're in the inner region of the country, but whereabouts on there? North, south, east, west, what? Central, yeah. Okay, folks, I have so far, I have shown my racism. I have expressed my ignorance of Spanish geography. What else can we do to embarrass me and show me up? Get me banned from YouTube. We had the air rifle versus crossbow talk, didn't we? That's another one. Fuck, I'm doomed. I did drop the N-bomb the other week as well. Yeah. If somebody wants to get me banned, it's all there, isn't it? All the evidence that they need is there. Just get me reported. I don't know. Topics, folks. Let's have some topics. So Martin, what kind of temperatures you got there at the minute then? Are you in the hot spots? I mean, I know there's various alerts and hot spots right round, I think, as far as Murcia. I'm not sure that Valencia, including the Alicante region, I'm not sure they were covered by the alerts. Although maybe because my phone showed it when I went to the weather forecast. I'm not sure whether there was whether the forecast app knows to make them regional. "44 degrees today." Oh, in the sun. Yeah, I've still. You know, I misplaced my thermometer. I still haven't found the bloody thing. What I'm going to do tomorrow is I'm going to empty out this entire edge of the bed, because I've got water bottles and bottles of cola. There's still a bottle of vodka here somewhere. Thank you, Karen. I'm gonna move all of this out, including the this entire chopping board and this box. I'm gonna get in this corner because I've lost so much stuff, and it has to be here around the bed because this is where I live, kind of. So anything I've lost here, including the main thing I want to find is the adapter for the 12-volt, what we used to call the cigarette lighter socket. I want to plug that in and get the two USB ports back again. How do you cope with the heat, July and August? Is that to me or to Martin, to Sativa Breeder? He's got it hotter than me by the looks of things. Well, actually, my tent's probably approaching 50 degrees in places through the day as it cooks like an oven. But it's you cope. Excuse me. You cope just by coping. You cope because you've got no other choice. You just sit there and let it happen. So I'll be laying here through the day, and I'll have the fan on. So let me show you the setup if I can, including my girl if I can. Lights. Where's the lights? There's the light. Can you? No, you. She's over there. I think you can see her. I think I can see her backside. Tina girl. Hey babe. Hello. There she is. Come on, look this way. There's the eyes. There we go. So there's that. There's the fan. And I've got the EcoFlow here at the minute connected to the fan because we've broke the base of the fan, so it can't stand up at the edge of the bed like we had it the other week. So we've got the fan. We spray water. We have the fan. We have the doors open for some cross breeze where we can. We used to go at the park and just sit under a tree on a picnic blanket all day, but Tina can't get that far anymore. Although I've discovered new levels of strength in the past few days. My friend Anthony arrived in the country and came around with breakfast the last 2 days. Late breakfast, kind of early lunch, I don't know, however you want to look at it. But he brought me breakfast butties yesterday, breakfast sandwiches. Bacon, sausage, egg, black pudding, kind of sausage, sandwiches. Did I say sausage? I might have said sausages there. Don't know why. So yesterday he brought me sandwiches. Today he brought me a full breakfast on a plastic plate, a paper plate. And the last 2 days I've been carrying Tina. Like literally, I've picked her back end right off the ground. I noticed yesterday she had a couple of grazes on the top of her toes where she's dragged her back legs on the floor. So I've tightened the lead firmer around my arm and just picked her right off the ground, the back end, and I just walked her right to the cliff tops at the end there, which I haven't been able to get to for the past, I don't know how many weeks. But suddenly I've got the strength she's got the speed, and off we went. So I kind of sort of wonder if we couldn't walk up to the park. We'd have to do it in 3 or 4 rest periods, but it's not impossible, I don't think. But coping with the heat, it's just a case of spraying with a bottle of water and just putting up with what you can put up with. Anthony also brought me cold beers yesterday. Now, never going to let a cold drink go to waste, folks. So I drank the cold as quick as I could. He brought 12 cold beers yesterday in a bag, in an insulated bag, and I left the bag here. Left the bag with me. And when he arrived today, I gave him the bag back and took the last can out at that point, and it wasn't cold anymore, but it was still cool. So that was good. That helps. Cold drinks help. It's a shame that my cool box isn't working well enough to maintain proper cool drinks for me. Having said that, my beer is getting hot. I had some the other day before Anthony came. Not that day, but the day before. Positively, not just not cold, not just tepid. It was hot, bubbling and fizzing and hot on the tongue. Absolutely vile. Hot beer, hot lager. See, that's the other thing. I'm a bitter drinker by choice. I'm a bitter drinker, but I haven't had a pint of bitter in forever. Keep going. I don't know if you can hear that. That's somebody with one of their scooters just pushing it along. Just on edge still, guys, because of those kids earlier. What were they going to do? They stopped right outside and were in the hedge when I jumped out of the door. What were they going to do? They weren't throwing stones because they could have done that from further away. I got a feeling they were going to try the door and come in and see if they couldn't rob something or do something malicious. I don't know. Kids. Fucking little arrogant little... Let me go. I'm missing. Chip has arrived in the house. I didn't see that. Good evening, creatures of YouTube and Spain. Okay, Karen said hello to Tina. Tina? Auntie Karen said hello. Okay, Saudi heat, Northern Greece. Yeah, okay, that was the heat question. Okay, Josie loves the Spanish heat but hates Dutch heat with the moisture and the humidity. Yeah, British heat's not easy to cope with when it happens. Not that it happens much, but when it does, it's not pleasant. Oh my God, you need to tidy up. Messy bed, messy head. I speak from experience. The cover's kind of not on the bed very well. Yeah, I need to take the lot outside tomorrow and air. It's time to air the bedding. But what I'll do is I'll take the quilt cover right off and put it back. I couldn't find the corners properly today. I couldn't. So I've got 2 quilts here that I'm laying on, and then there's the dog's cover that was usually up by my side here, but has somehow worked its way to the foot of the bed. Yeah, it's all a bit of a mess in here at the minute. I've also got a lot of food from people delivering things. I've got a lot of bags of stuff at the bottom corner. And I had some potatoes go off in the heat, just a few, not fully. I'm gonna cut away the bad bits tomorrow and and chip them up and eat those. But yeah, there's a bit of tidying up to be done. You're living in a cramped space. You know, it's not easy to keep on top of it. Yeah, Chippy's lived in America, and yeah, 30 degrees in the UK is intolerable. Yeah. You see, I've said in the past I watch a lot of these American reaction videos and American what do they call it? Culture shocks when they move from America to Europe or from America to Britain and document the differences. And the number of them that will say, "Oh my God, I didn't believe it. I used to think the Brits were wimps complaining about how intolerable 25 degrees was." And they say, "Oh, in the US we eat that up. That's breakfast. That's not hot." But then they come to Britain, and as soon as it's above 25, they're struggling for breath. Yeah. Sign of nature. Have I asked before? Have we got a name? You probably have told me. I'm sure I've asked before at least. I don't know if you've told me, but I'm sure I've asked. Tea is the preferred refreshing drink. I'm a coffee drinker myself, but beer, cold beer, really for me. Especially when it's as cheap over here as John Smith's or Boddington's either. Yeah, Tetley's, John Smith's, Boddington's. Stones at a push. I've told the tale of my friends what they did to me one day when they put gravel in the bottom of my beer. They were all lager drinkers. Martin's got John Smith's. I think they do it here in Carrefour. But I don't think I've ever seen it anywhere else. And it certainly isn't cheap. Not like paying 26 pence a can or 30 pence a can, which is what most, well, that's what the cheap beers are, the supermarket's own. A bit of shandy, yeah, proper beer with lemonade, yeah. Oh, saving it for the MotoGP, okay. Wouldn't know about such things. I learnt today that there's some football competition on at the minute. I knew nothing. I World Club, the Club World Cup or something. I had no clue. I only learnt about it because was it Madrid that won 3-0? One of the Spanish teams won 3-0, so suddenly it was in the news. So suddenly I saw about it. Prior to that, I'd got no clue. I don't know how far into it we are. I don't know who's in it. I'm assuming there'll be a couple of British clubs in there. But I wouldn't have the foggiest. I'm so out of touch with UK sports and things because it's just not a priority in life at the minute. Bigger worries. I think I'm up to date with chat. Oh, let me just in case. Top chat, live chat. Oh, look at that. It was hiding shit from me. Look at this, there's loads. I saw Sativa say something about saving his beer for the MotoGP. Here we go. There's a load more after it. It didn't used to do this. Now it kind of jams up and I have to take special steps to make it show me the most recent posts. Do you have something to defend yourself? We're on YouTube. I'm not allowed to talk about such things. Let's just say that my friend Ismo gave me a penknife once upon a time that locks, a locking blade, would be illegal in the UK. I've got absolutely no idea what the position in Spain is. What I would say is, I'm not in public. I'm on private land and I'm in my home. I'm in my domicile. That's my legal argument and I'm sticking with it. And I've got a pile of rocks to hand. Some inside the tent here that I can grab if I need to rush out. And there's a pile outside if I go that way and need to do anything. Beyond that, not really. I haven't got anything. No. If I was back in the UK and was re-establishing and getting properly set up in life again, I would certainly look at possessing an air rifle. A pre-charged pneumatic air rifle would be my choice. Something that would be capable for rabbiting or other pest control. But also, as someone else mentioned earlier, crossbows have come a long way in the last few years. And if you watch a guy online called Jörg Sprague, don't ask me how to spell that. I think, I'm trying to remember, would he be Norwegian? Jörg Sprague, not sure. He made basically a semi-automatic crossbow. You just load this magazine of the bolts and just bang, 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 bang. Not quite that fast, but things like that might be of interest in terms of being a prepper and you know, if you're needing to think about defending. I'll end there, shall I? I'll not say any more beyond that. But those kind of things would interest me. If I was back in the UK with a home and looking to prepare for future eventualities. Tina, go. Tina. Okay, Karen says, make sure to record the kids for your protection. Yeah, see, today I didn't have my phone in my hand when I ran outside. I came back in and got it, and as they were at the top of the road, I got a video of them as they scooted away, but very shaky at distance, trying to zoom in, it's not great. But they came from the bottom of the road up, the bottom of this track up. I think one of them might live down here. Live down here or holiday down here, you know. But the fact that they called me abuelito, they were talking Spanish. Abuelito is little old man or little granddad. It's not a description I would use on myself. I mean, the hair's not grey. It's only the beard. Well, it's not only the beard, but on my head it's only the beard. The hair's not actually grey. But yeah, keep away from kids, but keep them away from me would be useful as well. Yeah, yell denuncia at them, but I've got to get them on camera first, so that we can, you know, have some evidence to denounce them with, or just put the little scroats on Facebook or YouTube or somewhere. What is showing art of survival at its best with creature comforts? What, the fan and the Christmas tree? Did you? I'm not sure if I. See, I forget that not everyone's been here every time. So, here's my lantern, thanks to Karen. The second of them, the police stole the first one, bastards. Here's my EcoFloat. 2 strings of Christmas lights that are solar powered, that have been outside. This set are battery powered, I charge the batteries every 2 or 3 days. There's another set of solar powered lights. Those will turn off around 6 in the morning. Those ones more or less last through the night. These ones, the bottom set will go most of the night. The top set's got a scuffed solar panel, so don't charge fully. Those will only get halfway through the night. If I put the light on, I know it's a mess, folks. Don't give me too much shit over it, but we've got the fan, which my friend Karen there fetched me from around the bin, from the bins. Prior to that, I had 2 fans. I had another one the same style as this last year, but that was very, very unstable. Although this one now is. I also had a barrel one, a cylinder fan, which was fantastic, but even more unstable. And the plastic casing was the plastic casing went inside and was in amongst the blades. That was crunching. It was unstable to begin with, which is why people had thrown it away. It had fallen over hundreds of times last summer, and dog, you know. It took damage. It took damage through the year. But I moved into this field with almost nothing. 2 picnic blankets, a mattress from a sunbed, and a bag of clothes. A little bit of a fire kit, and a first aid kit, and a load of water, a dog and a bag of dog food, or a shopping bag half full of dog food. And the rest has been donated, basically. I mean, I'm an e-beggar, aren't I? I'm an e-beggar. I'm not a prepper, I'm not a survivalist, I'm not surviving kind of independently. I'm a charity case. But yeah, when I was trying to get a tent just over a year ago, I got so many donations that there was money left over, and I put it to the group out there, to the people that had donated, and I asked, would you mind if I put some of the spare money towards an EcoFlow? And I got the EcoFlow River 2. And then I needed something to do with it. And I found a fan, I found a TV, I've got a television. It's only been used about 3 times. I have it as a joke more than anything, but there is a television over there. And then there are other things that have been donated. My friend Karen helped me finance my way to a big solar panel, a 100-watt solar panel, and the cool box. And then she brought me a slow cooker, and it's just built. Other people brought me these lights. Adam and Mel brought me these lights, and then the mouse traps when we had the infestation the other week. I've got an electric blanket for in winter. From Adam and Mel. Yeah, no, I've been so lucky and so fortunate with with you guys, with the support network that I've built. Not that I've built, but that just people discovering me either here in Spain, in the real world. A lot of people have helped in person, and people who discover me online on YouTube. I've had that legal thing hanging over me for 5 years, which suddenly seems to have happened and gone ahead without them even bothering to tell me. And yes, I should read the paperwork, and I will. I'm not gonna say I'm gonna get drunk tomorrow afternoon and read it, but I'm gonna sink a few beers and get up the courage and actually read the paperwork tomorrow afternoon. And we'll see where we go from there, folks. We'll see where we go from there. But yeah, for a tramp in a tent, I'm not doing bad. And it is a new tent. Was a new about 2 months ago. Again, thanks to you guys. and with a lot of help from Karen and family. I am now at the stage you would think I was glamping. I'm not even camping, am I? I'm glamping with the fairy lights and the fan and the solar panel and the cool box. I don't think I mentioned. Did I mention the cool box before when I was listing all the electric things I have? Yeah, I don't know. Let me go back to chat. I'm sure I've no air conditioning in the UK. That's why we struggle. Yeah, and the reason that you need the air conditioning is the humidity, isn't it? It's a very wet country, so when it gets warm, there's a lot of moisture in the air. Yeah, when the air is, like Chippy says there, and I don't know how long ago he said that. Hold on, see whether I can. Does that say 22:27? That would be fucking hell, 15 minutes ago. Yeah, when the air is warm, soup sweating doesn't work. Yeah. Karen's in and out. Okay. Chippy's swamp cooler's working. Yeah, I was looking into those the other day. You see some like for ridiculously cheap, and I got no. Could €15 really buy something that works? But you see others that go right up to like 100, 150, and I don't know where's the real price point. I could just go with a wet towel behind the fan, but yeah. Sign of Nature, yes, Keith. Is that your name? Is that when I asked? Sign of Nature is Keith. Okay, try and remember that. Feel free to remind me anytime I don't remember it. Top Chat hid one of your own comments from you. I had that the other day on, I think it was on Scruff Dogs. Yeah. Locking that, yeah, fine with a valid reason. Yeah, if you can say, yeah, I'm camping or I'm bushcrafting or something, yeah. But if you leave it attached to your belt and you walk into the supermarket, you might have trouble explaining it away. Old style catapult. Yeah, I've looked at those. Again, Jörg Sprague. I don't know how you're going to spell that guy. Joerg. But I think the O has a line through, I think, which leads me to think Norwegian. But I'm not sure. But yeah, catapults and slingshots and what's the one where you attach like a slingshot to the top of a staff? There's debate about whether David and Goliath, whether he used is it just called a shepherd's sling? Shepherd's slingshot, maybe. There's debate about whether that's what he used to take down Goliath. Whether it wasn't just it might have been a sling on the top of a big stick for extra leverage. Oh, Chippy's saying about when he was talking to a cop and he had a big sharp knife on him. Hold on, I need to go. It jumped. Legal carry knife in UK less than 3 inch, yeah, and not allowed to be and not supposed to be fixed. You're over 25, you're ancient to them. This is true. TP says there's no way he'd ever get his firearms certificate because he has depression. I don't know, mate. Some of the people who've had them and gone on sprees in the UK were depressives. I've now got a criminal record over here, so I think even when I get back to the UK, I probably wouldn't be able to get a firearm certificate even if I wanted. Which is why I would go for the highest power air rifle that you can get under the non-firearm certificate, which is as you know, 12 foot-pounds, isn't it? I was watching, is it called Andy's Air Gun Review Online, something like that, AAR Online, the YouTube channel. Do you remember Tony Martin? He's the one that shot them in the back as they ran away, yeah? You can't do that. To defend yourself, they have to be coming at you. You're not defending yourself once they're running away. I'm still, the chat jumped right forward and okay, I was here with the McDonald's chatting with the cop while he had a knife showing. Yeah. Tom, this is Tom in Shetlands, if I've got the right. There's a few Toms around. I have to be a little bit careful, but I think I've got the right. And this, why does that? I'm trying to click there. No, that's not going to work for me. I think. Oh, now I'm at the bottom of chat. I've got to go all the way back again. Fuck's sake! Right, I'm going to read backwards from here. Tom says I follow him. I don't know who. We'll see in a minute. Americans use slingshot for the slingshot is where you spin it and whereas catapult is elasticated rubbery thing in a tube or whatever you want to use. Just return. I had to go to the court and pick the papers up. There's no arguing that I've had them delivered. I went and got them. Okay, that's the swamp cooler. It was only 15 quid brand new. So okay. Karen has the Delta 3. Yeah. Show off. Karen has the top end stuff, and if it wasn't for me, she wouldn't even know they were a thing. Yeah, the Bluetti, is it called the 1200? Although that's a couple of years old now. Yeah, the big Bluettis are quite impressive. Do not wish to contract with you. That's the sovereign citizen type stuff. Not a big believer. What would you do, Mike, if you came back to England? I think I answered this. If this is, you're in Preston. Suzanne in Preston. Was it Suzanne? What would I do? I've got enough money to rent an apartment, a flat, if you will, for a few months. I can pay the deposit and pay the first 2 or 3 months on a flat. I would then still have enough money left over, possibly, to buy like a laser engraver or 3D printer, maybe both. I'd lean towards the laser engraver, and then I'd just start a small business churning out knickknacks, bits and pieces, pictures of people's dogs engraved onto slate, or the name of a bar onto chopping boards or onto coasters. Maybe set up a little business, maybe physically visiting bars and restaurants and offering logos on coasters and placemats and, like I said, chopping boards and stuff. Stuff like that. I'd probably lean towards something like that, just as a quick and dirty income to get me up and running, and then I'd see where I go from there. I mean, it's a business that you can set up just by buying one piece of equipment. I build obviously building myself a website wouldn't exactly be a problem. I have that knowledge. Um, and a bit of online marketing, search engine optimization, establish myself and get going like that. Keep all weapons in the tool bag and not accessible from the driver's seat. Yeah, you don't want to accuse them of having it within reach. Even though we're not quite America, where the cops are so jumpy that an acorn dropping on the car will get you shot. $70 millimeters, 3 inch ish. Yeah, I think 3 inch is legal. As long as it's non-locking. Nice. I'm working backwards, folks. Sorry, it kept dragging me to the bottom of the. 3D printing has revolutionized the arms conversation. The plastic ones don't really survive more than one shot, though, do they? But you can 3D with a more expensive machine. You can literally 3D print metal nowadays. But those are proper industrial price type things. Steel frying pan. Or a rolling pin. It always used to be a rolling pin in the UK. The lady waiting at home to bash the husband over the head when he came home from the pub. Yeah, three. Okay, that's Chippy saying 3 inch for legal carry. Okay, I think. Hmm. What was that? One of the guns that I watched being reviewed this morning was they're not ball bearings, but they actually take a slug. Oh, but that was the FAC version. That was the firearm certificate version. Beautiful looking gun though. Um, and there is the 12 foot-pound version as well. But the firearm certificate one, I think it was 56 foot-pounds was the equivalent. So they're almost 4 times. No, they're 4.5 times actually more powerful than the non-firearm certificate one. Matey boy was plinking away at 70 yards, and his grouping was he was off the bull. He'd not got his scopes sighted properly, I don't think, and it was windy. But he fired 6 or 7, and they were all just going through the same hole more or less. Um, he was up and to the right, which is unusual. Usually low and to the left, but that's someone who doesn't know what they're doing usually. But or someone with a new gun fires low and left. Um, right, I think I've got all the way back to where I've got to find now where I just was when I started going backwards. I was Tom saying I'd follow him. He's German. Is that Jörg Sprague? Is that what we're talking about? He's German. Okay. Let's have a look. Make a wheelchair for Tina on a 3D printer. Ah, it's an interesting idea. I'm not sure she'll still be with me by the time I get back to the UK. I don't know how much longer she's got left. Need a license for an air gun here in Scotland? Not if it's below 12 foot-pounds, I don't think, do you? Oh, but the laws, the countries, I don't really like how the countries are getting separate laws. I don't like, I liked the UK being one entity with, you know what I mean, with laws that, Bamboo Lab with a U, I think it's spelled, isn't it? Yeah, yeah. Although there's some kind of fallout online about Bamboo Lab, there's some kind of disagreement or what's the word I'm looking for? Where people get together and decide not to buy. There's some kind of fallout or campaign, I think, going on. Oh, I'm twisted funny, folks. I'm twisted funny. Oh, let's see. Where are we? We're almost an hour and a half in. I said at 9:30, yes, so that makes it about 11 my time. Yeah, 10 UK. Ugh. 2 seconds. I got a bin bag there, but it's been there, it must have been there a week and a half. It's just about getting full. Just about. It's mainly beer cans. It's so hot, you gotta drink something. And beer has the right combination of water, of carbohydrates, and probably some electrolytes, I'm gonna claim. It's a good refreshing drink. I was finishing off last weekend's beer, and then Anthony came along. Was that yesterday or the day before? Yesterday, with a pack of cold beers, but they didn't last long. Scotland has always had its own separate legal system from England and Wales. Yeah, but I still like standardisation across, you know, something. Alcohol helps you sweat more, they say. Maybe. Let me read Chippy's statement in full. Chippy says, friend in Scotland who studied law says, yes, you need a certificate for any air gun not deemed a toy. That sounds like it's open to interpretation. Hold on. It jumped backwards. Where are we? Here we go. Not deemed a toy. Scotland has always had its own legal system separate from England, Wales. True, it has. But even its own money still, yeah? Basically, airsoft is fine. You see, airsoft's, that's not exactly a toy, is it? They run around shooting each other and playing it and doing all the drills. Looks like fun. I watched a few, although they don't like it if somebody cheats. They get very they get very snippy if somebody doesn't if someone doesn't put their hands up when they've been shot, you know, and admit it. 1 joule muzzle energy. That sounds low, but I don't know joules. How does that compare to your foot-pounds? It sounds very low. That sounds like target practice in the house, like with a target, you know, 4 meters away on the wall. Oh, Josie's done airsoft, not paintball, but actual airsoft. Yeah, I know they wear the full gear, the masks and goggles and padding and everything. Looks like fun. I mean, I'd like to try it one day. Oh, look, it was paintball. Okay, yeah, that's different. You're getting hit by a golf ball sized paintball. I was trying to look for another word, I was, try, I was trying to look for another descriptor, but no, it's a paintball. It's a ball of paint. I don't know how they measure up in terms of powerage. Powerage, is that even a word? Tom hunts for rabbits, 18 foot-pounds. That'll get them. That'll get them. What kind of distance do you bag them at then? You actually catch them and put them in the pot? Food. What kind of distance are we looking at? I don't know. Sign of nature. You especially when you're entering another country, you're putting yourself under their rules, under their jurisdiction. You would expect to take advantage of the same protections, and therefore you fall under their jurisdiction when it comes to courts and things. Now, if you were just in your home country, you might have the argument that why should I be under this monarch or whatever just because I'm born in a certain place? What right do they have? But it's just always been that way and always will be that way. You're a subject of the country you're born into until you deliberately move somewhere else, and then you put yourself voluntarily under their protection and under their jurisdiction. It's a double-edged sword. But if I visit America, I expect to have the protections of the Fourth and Fifth and Sixth Amendment, the right to not have my papers or my person unreasonably searched or seized, to have the right to remain silent, to have the right to a lawyer. I'd expect to have those same protections, even if I'm just there for a holiday. So if I'm availing myself of those protections, I'm putting myself under their jurisdiction at the same time. Now, we can argue about whether I can just go over there on holiday and whether I can take advantage of the Second Amendment. That might be fun to try. Or not. But it's a complicated one, the whole... Just because you're born in England, what authority do they have? No, I'm not sure I agree with you. But it could be an interesting conversation. Tom and his rabbits, 30-yard headshot. That's I've seen people hunt rabbits with sticks. Basically, smooth off a slightly bent stick. Basically, treat it like a boomerang, but throw it along just above the ground, and Chris, hello. Projectile. That would have been a suitable word, wouldn't it, for when I was struggling for an alternative for paintball? Yeah, well done, mate. Hello, Chris. Have you just stepped in? You must have been there a little while ago to hear me say that. Then, unless you've come in and you're behind, make sure that you've got the little live red dot in the bottom left corner. But I'm going to assume that you're there. You have no paperwork, so no jurisdiction. I mean, I wouldn't have argued if they had deported me. My only concern there is when they deport you, they don't deport any of your belongings, and they certainly wouldn't deport your dog along with you. That wouldn't have been much fun. Chippy's back from looking after his mum. How's she doing, mate? Is she all right? Oh, itchy eye. I hope it's not red. I can't see if my own eye's red. Doesn't look it to me. Okay, folks, 13 people out there, but only 10 thumbs up. Come on, folks. Somebody hasn't hit the button. Okay, you run away as soon as I ask you to hit the thumbs up. That's okay. I'll survive. Okay, the numbers just jumped up. But nobody's hitting the thumbs up. I wonder if any of you dare to share. Your mum's doing great. I'm glad. Can't be easy for you, mate. Can't be easy for you. Is she all right while you're out at work, or do you have someone else there that can help? Do you have a carer or something? You might not want to talk about this online. I'm sorry if I'm prying. You choose what you want to share. She has carers 4 times a day. Okay, well that's good. As long as they're not like the ones. I've told this story before, I think. I don't know how many of you will have heard it. I had a friend back in the UK who was a carer, and they move around. At that point, they didn't get paid for their travel time in between their different clients. And the company, the kind of the nursing company, what we're going to call them, would schedule them at opposite ends of the city, Lancaster, basically, and they'd be constantly, and there'd be like a half-hour travel in bad traffic, and they're not getting paid for this time in between. So instead of scheduling them to go like from one guy to the guy on the next street to the guy on the next street, they'd be from this side of town to that side of town, back to this side of town, back to that. It sounded like a terrible job, but the reason I tell this story is that one day they'd hired this young lass. So this lady turns up at an old bloke's house, and he hasn't eaten, and she says, "Well, did the girl who came before not offer?" And she said, "Oh yeah, she offered. Yeah, she asked me what I wanted, and I asked for a fried egg." Okay, and she didn't know, the carer didn't know how to make a fried egg sandwich. She put the egg whole in its shell in the frying pan and put it on the heat. And after a few minutes, she asked the old bloke, "How do I know when it's ready?" And he's like, "What?" He's like, "Well, you've cracked it, you've put it in, and when it's solid, it's ready." And she's like, "Oh." She's put the egg whole in its shell in the frying pan on the heat, wanting to know how to know when it was ready. Never heard anything like it. Someone who's old enough to get a job, I mean, young, let's say 18, but old enough to get the job as a carer, but didn't know how to fry an egg. What the... Let me get you. And the answer is no, Mike, you can't. They only apply to American citizens. What? Second Amendment, maybe. The policy, but when you're on holiday in a country, you get the protections that the citizen there would get. Fairly sure that's the case. That's under international treaties, under international law. Okay, I'm back. I'm back to where. Chris has just got back from doing a garden, was munching a late dinner and watching. Chippy says, yeah, they do that all the time. The bad scheduling. Yeah, it's what's it called? It's called the salesman problem, isn't it, in logistics? The traveling salesman trying to optimize routes. It's one of the biggest problems in logistics, and to this day has never been solved. There's no proper algorithm to solve it properly. But yeah, it's a bad job. Treated badly. Don't pay people for traveling, and they'll schedule them all over higgledy-piggledy. But some of them are marvelous. Oh, I'm sure. Yeah. It's a calling, isn't it? Wanting to look after people, to care for people. You're taking a job probably at a suboptimal wage. You know, the same people probably could get paid better elsewhere. Tina, it's okay, babe. Relax. Tina's okay. Daddy's okay. We're all okay. That's my girl. Trying to kick her way out. Second Amendment applies to legal immigrants too. Yeah, what about holidaymakers though? Would a holidaymaker be covered? Tourists maybe not, yeah. Can't fry an egg and she's a carer, yeah. There's a whole generation out there, folks. I was talking about this on a prepper channel recently, and there's a whole generation out there that don't have more than 3 days food in the house. But not only that, there's a significant proportion of people who will eat out for 3 meals a day. They'll get up and go to McDonald's for breakfast, and I can't remember the name of it. What's the place with the sausage rolls? Greg's. They go to Greg's for dinner and Burger King for tea. There are some people who can't cook because they've just never had to. They've just never done it. It's more of a thing in America from what I can see. There's a big group of people there who will just drive off to the drive-through 3 times a day and get their meals. But I was shocked to learn that it's also a thing in the UK. When the UK government published a leaflet or a website or something recently telling people to have 72 hours worth of water and food in the house, and this amazingly was a big deal for people because so many people haven't got 3 days worth of food. How can you not just open your cupboard and just the stuff that's just there should be enough to get you through 3 days? I mean, if you've got a bag of rice and a bag of pasta, a couple of tins of tomatoes, a couple of onions, and I don't know, a bag of frozen peas or something in the freezer, you've got 3 days food just there. You don't even have to think about it or try. But apparently this is a major issue for some people. When the government advise you to make sure you've got 3 days food, some people just haven't. And I'm just like, I'm in a tent living on donated food. Like I said earlier, I've got potatoes going off because it was so hot in here. And I accidentally put some of them up high rather than down low where it would be cooler. But I've got I've maybe got a month's worth of food in here right now. Maybe. If I utilized it correctly and if it didn't go off before I got to it, which some of the onions and potatoes will in this temperature. But yeah, it's mind blown, folks, mind blown. Let me just, somehow I've fallen behind with chat. Tourists maybe not. Okay, that was ridiculous. Can't fry an egg and she's a carer. That was, you didn't correct me, so I'm gonna stick with Suzanne. Please correct me if I do have that wrong, Hebooks. 62. I know it's Preston. One of Josie's tasks at work is getting people the right carers, the right care. Okay. Try and match characters. Yeah, that's a big thing as well, yeah. Chippy can smell burning. Oh, I had that here the other night. Oh, I know why that was. I remember now. Something hit my tent. Like actually hit it. And I went outside and I could smell burning. And it was San Juan, which is, I think it's always the 23rd of June. Basically, it was what they consider Midsummer's Day. They're wrong. The 21st is but shush. They have this thing on the 23rd. The Scandinavians do this as well. They have the 23rd as midsummer. I don't understand how there can be a disagreement about when it is. But anyway, they have this thing here, San Juan, which would be St. John if you were. And they all have, they put bonfires on the beach. They set off fireworks, have these bonfires on the beach, and then they either jump through the flames or run through the coals. And it's meant to be a cleansing kind of, it's out with the bad and in with the new. It's a new start. And they do it, like I said, midsummer-ish. We'll argue about the actual midsummer thing. But anyway, something hit my tent and I went out and I could smell all this burning everywhere. But fortunately, it must have been a firework, the remnant of a firework that hit the tent, but it would have been cool by the time it got here. And the smell of burning was just general because of all the fires everywhere else. Basically a Spanish bonfire night. Okay, just working my way through. Chippy had his green card and had a .38. That, are we talking a pistol? Revolver? Sounds revolver-esque. Greg's built this city on sausage rolls, indeed. Yeah, it's a Saturday night special, no? I'm sure. My knowledge isn't great, but students are notorious for not being able to cook. Yeah, you'd think, wouldn't you, that before leaving home for the first time, that you'd learn like the basics. So, flour and water, and a bit of salt, and you can make flatbreads. Add a bit of yeast, you can make proper bread. Flour and fat. Whether you go with butter or lard or whatever, you're getting a pastry of some description. Flour and egg, you're making a pasta. These are not difficult kind of concepts. These are like the basics. Butter melted in the frying pan and a few spoons of flour, and you're making a roux. To that, you add a milk, and you've got, I can't remember what the name of that sauce is. Is that a bechamel, or is it only a bechamel after you've added the cheese? Add cheese, you've got you've got the white sauce that goes in on pastas or in lasagnas and things. Um, do your roux and add a stock. That's a different kind of sauce, but it thickens up and it's the base for sauces. Um, these are not these are not difficult things, are they? Pancakes. Whether you want them sweet or savoury, uh, it's a milk, an egg, and a flour. Um, if you want them a bit sweeter, you can add some sugar, or you can just put the sugar on after you've made them. Um, Yorkshire pudding's the same. It's the exact same mixture as pancake. You're just putting it in hot fat and in the oven. Um, we've got a Dutch here, haven't we? Dutch baby. That's a Yorkshire pudding kind of thing, but made in a frying pan on the top of the hob and maybe put in the oven halfway through. A Dutch baby. Um, these are not boil some rice. You know how difficult is that? There you go. Boil rice or boil pasta. You're away. These are, yeah, students not being able to cook. That's just ridiculous. It's what kind of adult is sending their kids off into independent life and not preparing them for the um I don't have food, I have ingredients. My friend Christian, who I shared a house with here, used to say the same stuff. He would say there's no food in the house, only ingredients. He literally said that. And he wasn't being ironic or comedic. He would look through the cupboards that were full and declare that there's no food in the house. Yeah. Yeah, it's not difficult just to have. If you've got a bag of rice and a bag of pasta, you've got a week's food. I Again, on these prepper channels, I was talking to people. Somebody was trying to make their own MREs, and they were doing it all long-winded. And I was like, all you need is a few packet soups and a bag of rice. Put a cup of rice in a small pan. Pour the packet soup in, the powdered, you know, cup of soup or whatever it is. Add water, boil, get the water boiling, turn the heat off, let it sit for 5 or 10 minutes in the hot water, and then decide whether it needs another few minutes. You can just turn the heat back on again at the end to preserve your gas. And you're done. It's a soupy, ricey mixture with a mescla. I don't know. How difficult is cooking? Sign of Nature says, I should demand my return to England. Tell the judge I'm left to die and being tortured. Kind of, sort of. I've said about how the head of welfare for this city has been here to the tent and done nothing, offered nothing. He got me a €450 fine, the bastard, didn't he? That's how much help he was. Let me just work back. I don't know how far back. Oh, I've got loads. I'm way off, aren't I, guys? I'm way back. Hold on. Okay, demand your return. Then we've got Chippy talking to Chris about getting a gun in the US and them wanting all the paperwork. Martin buys €3 of meat a month and makes his own stuff. Pasties, slices, stews, curries, roasts, etc. Yeah. I'd quite like to get into the supermarket and buy either some pork. What's the word? They're not chops. There's no bone in them, but pork steaks, I guess. Or maybe a rabbit. But the rabbits are surprisingly expensive over here. €30, not three. Okay. Chippy's been learning to cook. Okay. 21st of the 6th, San Juan fireworks. Mm, not this year. I don't. I'm fairly sure it was 23rd. Not sure. I couldn't. I'm not going to argue the point. Yeah. Oh, it's jumped on me again, you bugger. Hold on. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. Let's have a look, guys. Let's have a look. Okay. Chippy and Chris are still talking about getting a gun in America. The gun shops are, it's so unusual for a foreigner basically to be getting a gun. They're not sure of the laws, and some of them say no, and others just demand all the paperwork. Chippy's girlfriend, who was American, was restricted from buying a gun because she was involved in a dispute over a bounced check. What the hell? I'm still going to say Suzanne. Nobody's corrected me or confirmed I'm right or not. I married a butcher and my son is a butcher, so I don't pay for meat. That's lucky, yeah. Point three automatic, so not a revolver then. Uh, fully auto. It's got to be semi. Oh, I'm lying funny, folks. I'm lying funny, and my shoulder's paying the price. McDonald's every meal for the students because they got the student loan. You know. Yeah. I'm trying to remember. We didn't have. So Lancaster campus is kind of self-contained, away from the town centre, city centre. There wasn't a. Oh, was there a Burger King? There was a burger joint of some description, but I don't. I'm not sure. I'm not sure it was one of the. I'm not sure it was one of the proper chains. It might have been just an independent thing. Oh, but then again, see, I remember when Lancaster got its first McDonald's in about 84 or 85, just after I moved there. Vegetables are indeed the best bang for the buck when it comes to food. Especially, I've seen they didn't exist when I was there. I've seen these bargain boxes that some of the it might only be like your Lidls and Aldis. I'm not sure, but there's a bunch of veg that might be on its date or approaching its date, and they do like £2 or £3, and there's a week's worth of veg in the box. Baked potatoes, yeah, that's another quick and easy meal. I'm not the biggest fan of microwave baked potatoes, but you certainly do them halfway in the microwave and then stick them in the oven for 5 or 10 minutes. Um, oh, Josie's correcting me on my Dutch baby. I was fairly sure they were like a Yorkshire pudding, but just done in a frying pan on the top of the stove. No, she says not. Nothing to do with the stove or the oh, nothing to do with the stove or the kitchen. You do them outside, do you? Maybe 9 for a large one. Oh, 9 minutes. Okay, large jacket potato. Okay. Oh no. Okay, Dutch baby. That's okay. No, 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 no. Okay, I know where you're going there. That's okay. No, 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 no. I see where you're. I see. Suzanne confirms she is Suzanne from Preston. My memory's not failing me too badly yet. Then semi-auto. Yeah. Okay. Texas, you could probably own a nuke. I've seen people own tanks. There was a guy on the internet once upon a time. Although wasn't he Russian, but living in America? But he went for bigger and bigger and bigger weapons on his channel. Um, where am I? Yeah, the whole no limit shall be applied to arms. Yeah, it's a big argument in America, isn't it? The Supreme Court keep dipping out on it and refusing to look at cases. What was it they said last time? They'd prefer to let the situation bubble away with the like the Supreme Courts in the individual states, the Supreme Courts and appeals courts in the states argue certain cases, and then the Supreme Court will step in later, maybe. Okay, Chippy says a few weeks ago, Tesco were basically giving away vegetables in a price war with Lidl and Aldi. He stocked up 8p for a whole head of broccoli. See, that's incredible, isn't it? Now, broccoli, that's. I mean, you you cut the little a little piece off the bottom of the stalk of broccoli, put it in a plastic jug like a measuring jug, a little bit of water in the bottom, just a smidge, cling film over the top, do it in the microwave for a few minutes, check it every couple of minutes or whatever. What the fuck are you? And then when it's about 3/4 of the way done, bit of Stilton over the top and back into the microwave to finish off and to melt the Stilton. Broccoli. I got disconnected just as I was in my flow. Broccoli and Stilton. That's the way to go. Wait till the broccoli's 3/4 done. Put Stilton over the top, back into the microwave to finish off, and you're away. Oh, I love the stalk. I do love the stalk on broccoli and cauliflower. I'll do that as well. Slice it on a bias on an angle, and I've lots of. But that's when I'm not just doing a whole head of it with Stilton on top. Yeah, no, I like broccoli steamed in the microwave under the cling film. Where have I jumped back to now? Hold on. Do them on high, they get crispy. Ooh, hold on. I'm lost on what that was related to. You're talking about do the nukes on high? No, I don't think so. Okay, I think I'm caught up. Oh, hold on. Just because it tells me I'm caught up doesn't mean I actually am. Back to top chat and live chat. No, may well try that tomorrow. That's Chippy's last message. Okay, I am here or hereabouts. I am uncomfortable. Something about the way. What are you? That's the thing I tried to grab. Something like dropped down in front of me before, and now it's scuttling off the edge of the bed, or trying to. I think I got it. But something about the way I'm positioned is uncomfortable, causing me a bit of trapped wind on this side, and my shoulder is aching because of how I'm reaching over this side. But weird. And my girl's trying to run in her sleep again. If there's anybody out there that hasn't hit the thumbs up, please consider it. You could consider subscribing, but not until you've seen 4 or 5 of my videos. I'm not to everybody's taste. Although I think I'm a nice guy. Okay, Martin, sativa breeder. Good night, mate. Hasta pronto. Hasta luego. Or hasta la próxima. Whichever one of them you want to go with. Not mañana. I'll be here on Sunday, won't I, for TrampCast proper. Don't think I'll be doing one tomorrow. Certainly not tomorrow night, because that's Clive and Scruff Dog. I may do one in the afternoon, I guess, after I've read the paperwork. Maybe. Although I might be drunk. I am going to need to sink a few beers before I get around to that paperwork. Hasta la vista, baby. Or hasta la pasta, as they say in Spain sometimes. Pasta is slang for money in Spain. Although why they need a slang word for money when they've got so many other words for the stuff already? I never did learn all of them. The difference between dinero and efectivo, not sure. I think efectivo means change, but whereas dinero covers the whole lot, I think. Not sure. I should research these things a bit more. I have started, actually. This is a bit of a bad admission after 9 fucking years, isn't it? I have started listing new Spanish words, not new Spanish words, but Spanish words that are new to me, words I don't know. If I'm reading something and I'm getting 9/10 of it, and then there's a word I don't know, I am now writing them down, making a note of them, looking up translations, and not just translations, but also variations. Sometimes you get a word that means the same as another. What was the one I saw earlier? I think it was lecho, Lecho, maybe. This was a day or two ago, which means bed, but I already have a word for bed, which is cama. But apparently it's a more poetic, I don't know. It could also be used like for bed of roses or seabed or riverbed, lecho. So yeah, I'm starting to kind of make a note. I should have done it years ago. I had once upon a time, again, because of my familiarity with computers. I had all of the language courses, basically all of the language, the audio book, audio tapes for learning languages, for learning Spanish and French and other languages. I had them all downloaded and secured. They're probably on this hard drive that I can't get access to at the minute. I could download them again, I guess. I'm just trying to remember the name of the guy. Michel Thomas, wasn't it? Had all of his, but a lot of others as well. Although his Spanish one was a little bit annoying because he was teaching a bloke and a girl, a man and a woman, young man and a young woman, and he obviously favoured the girl so much and kept picking. He made the guy nervous to the point where the guy was stuttering and and not getting things. It was a little bit. I got that second-hand embarrassment just listening to the Michelle Thomas Spanish audio course. Yeah, no. But like I said, I've started dipping back into trying to hit the sack, the pit, the. Hold on, I've got the blanket. All can be colloquial for bed. True, true. Then you've got up the wooden stairs and up the wooden hill or up the wooden mountain to Bedfordshire and all that kind of stuff. Linguistics is interesting. Yeah, well, we've talked in the past, haven't we, about like Rob Words. Yeah. Yeah. Tramp rant scheduled for tomorrow afternoon. Possibly. Possibly. I might be drunk though, like I said, so I might not. Also depends what the outcome is, doesn't it? If it says report to Alicante prison in 30 days, then I'm probably not going to be that happy. We shall see, I guess. After I've read them, I guess the next step is to actually find my lawyer and get on to him and see what the score is after that. Yeah, I like Rob Words. I think I've talked as well about Susie Dent and the guy with the jumpers. What's he called? He was a Tory MP for a while. He was often in Dictionary Corner with Susie on Countdown. Giles Brandreth. Purple People, I think their podcast is called. Don't think it's on YouTube, but Giles Brandreth, yeah. Horrible little fly. Buzzing. Oh yeah, him. Yeah. Report to the airport with all your belongings and Tina for repatriation. That'd be nice. Except it's €500 to get a dog over. The last I heard. 400 roughly for the flight. 100 for the crate, I guess you're going to call it, the plastic box that your dog goes in. There'll be another 100 for injections and checkups. She's behind with her rabies, so I get a rabies injection up to date. Then I have to wait 2 weeks, so I think it's 12 days or thereabouts. Then you have to go back. She has to be wormed within 72 hours of 72 hours before the flight, or whatever other transport you arrange. Yeah, it's all a process, but it'd be nice to just be told just to get back, but I don't see it happening. Oscar's got to go. See you on Sunday. Okay, my friend. Stay safe from the little scroats. Yeah, yeah. Michael Portillo makes great videos. You talking about his train journeys ones, or has he done something else? I used to watch those. Was it called Great Railway Journeys, something like that? I wasn't so keen on him when he did. Andrew Neil, was it? Did a politics show with Portillo and black female London MP, Labour, really bad with numbers. Can't remember her name. Wasn't that keen on him there. Portillo does in-depth stuff too. Okay. Keep Portillo away from politics. Yeah. Allegedly. No, I won't say that. I don't even think it's allegedly. He was a little bit gay at one point, wasn't he? Yeah. Each to their own, I suppose. It's not my cup of tea, but very intelligent man. Could well be Diane Abbott, it was indeed. Thank you for that, Suzanne. Just wasted in politics. Well, they go where they think they can make the most money, don't they, and get the most power. I don't know if it's money that they're after or power or a combination. I guess one leads to the other one way or another. See, we're never told. Occasionally, somebody new will become an MP and they'll expose all of the gifts that mysteriously arrive at their door. Lots of companies will just suddenly start sending them kind of, a couple of grand's worth of this, that, and the other. And a lot of them get undeclared. Wasted in politics. They want a sense of fulfillment. They think they're an underachiever. Maybe. But then again, I think corruption for a lot of them is a thing. I think corruption's a big thing. I don't know whether they're going intending to become corrupt or whether it accidentally overtakes them. So you get elected and you turn up on day one and you've got no idea how anything works or where anything is. So you're in the hands of other people to tell you how it happens. And then magical gift boxes start arriving out of the blue. And everybody around you tells you, oh, yeah, everybody gets that. Everybody takes those. Shh, don't tell anybody. And you're probably a week into the job and you're already corrupted. And everyone is telling you that's just the way it is. Don't rock the boat. Probably. I don't know. I've never been there, but, well, I've visited. But, I mean, I've never been the MP. I don't know, guys. I don't know. How does corruption creep in? It's like, was it Mr. Smith Goes to Washington? Wasn't Cary Grant, it was the other one. I've got no clue. What the fuck's he called? The guy out of that Christmas film where he should have died and Clarence the angel saves him. Fuck, my brain is Jimmy Stewart. Mr. Smith Goes to Washington, and then there's a follow-up. But you see the pressures and how corruption gets. I mean, he resisted it because the whole point of the film is that he's the good guy who resists these things. But you see the pressures and the way it works. So Chippy's former Tory MP was a massively great local councillor, very proactive, fixed stuff, got stuff done, talked to everyone. 2 weeks in Parliament, he just towed the party line and ignored everyone. Got unelected 4 years later. Yeah. It's that thing. I think when you go there and you don't know where anything is and you don't know how anyone's done, you're going to be so in the pocket of whoever's educating you and showing you the ropes. And then, like I said, it's those free gifts that arrive from what's the word I'm looking for? People who are paid to nudge them in certain directions. America's even worse for it. That their system's totally about the money. What do you call someone who pushes for politics to go in a certain direction? Pushes for certain whips are people within the party. I was thinking more people within industry who were paid to. Oh, I haven't got the words. Haven't got the vocabulary. Lobbyists, thank you. Yeah. People who lobby. I think that lobbying with money or with gifts, with incentives, paying for campaign should be banned. Just ban that shit. That's corruption. You want to lobby, that's just pushing a point of view. If I ring my MP, I'm lobbying my MP. If I tell them what should or shouldn't be allowed, how I think things should be, that's lobbying. Brown envelopes and campaign funds and gifts and holidays and it's bribery, yeah. Um, yeah. Time for the first Murphy's in 15 years. What, you got a can of stout? Murphy's as in the Guinness type drink. Is that where you're going? Here we go. Hold on. Let me just. I might have missed a couple of comments. Josie's grabbing a big ice cream. Good on you, lass. Well done. Yeah, I'd have one here if I could. Yeah. Okay, I'm back to where I was. I have missed a few. Yeah. Chris says there is corruption and a lot of threats and fears and the hidden hands. You step out of line. Look how Trump has capitulated. I guess. Time for the first Murphy's in 15 years. I'm assuming that unless you correct me, I'm assuming you're talking about a beer. They're only allowed in the lobby, hence the term. Yeah. It should be. Like I said, it should be pushing an opinion, telling people what your point of view is. If you're representing some company or some larger constituency, like a trade union or whatever, tell them how many people you're representing. I just think money should be kept away from it. And America, the campaign funds run to the millions per senator or per congressman. You wonder where the money goes. Well, you saw it in the last election when they're paying Oprah and what have you. Was it 10 million to support? I can't remember the lass's name. Yeah. Bin paperwork makes good firewood. Royston. Is that the guy with the big meat chops? The big. What was he called? There was a Royston that I remember. Paper's quite difficult to burn if it's in like a solid lump. Like you try burning a book, you got to open them up and fan them out and let the oxygen in between. Otherwise, it's a big block of wood. It doesn't take very easily. Political parties, yeah, like we said, the whip system is another. I mean, that's kind of an internal form of bribery, isn't it? We elect individuals to parliament, but then they accept the whip and they're taking payment from the party as long as they stay in line. And then the party leader decides whether to let them have a free vote or whether it's like a 3-line whip or and if they vote the wrong way, they're always under the threat of having the whip taken away, which means having their payment taken away. So yeah, it's a kind of internal bribery. Royston Smith, oh, that's not a name I'm familiar with. I think the guy I was thinking of was Labour anyway, wasn't he? Somebody, was he somebody Royston? Royston might have been the surname. Better than Guinness, especially since they were taken over, but not as good as the at Beamish. Oh, there's another one, yeah. Yeah, I used to occasionally. I used to drink Guinness occasionally. Um, had to be a little bit careful with it. It's, how would you say? It's a little bit richer than some other beers, and the next morning you can be pebble dashing the toilet, can't you? I was talking to an old bloke once, and he came up with this beautiful phrase for it. He called it Guinness arse. When someone drinks so much, they just stood at the bar drinking Guinness, and they get drunk and they carry on. And people say, no, you need to slow down. And then they just shit themselves while they stood at the bar. It just it just comes through all of a sudden on them if they're not used to it. Yeah. Pulpit, make a fake. Oh yeah, you can get those presses, can't you? You wet it, put it in a mold and squeeze it and make a like a brick. Yeah, I've seen that. I did. I think I knew someone who had one of those, but he bent the handle on it somehow. Not sure how. Really depressed about his experience in Parliament. I guess. I mean, you put yourself before the people and ask them to trust you, and like you said, what 4 years later, the next time around, the people saying no, you didn't do well enough. Or maybe they're not even voting based on you. Maybe they're voting based on the party, and that would be even worse, wouldn't it? You're being voted out not on the basis of your efforts, but because the rest of the party are douches. He wasn't allowed to do well enough. Yeah, towing the line, and the whip and everything. Yeah. Another good one is Leffe like Guinness but better, licorice like, says Suzanne. I don't know that one, never heard of that one. Sounds German with the Brunn, certainly Germanic. French go for licorice flavoured drinks, don't they? What's that? They have there's a spirit, not a spirit, it's a liqueur. Something cease, not capsis, cease. Half a recollection, but I'm not going to get there. No, not going to get that. Chippy's MP was ex-MP, disillusioned about politics, not conservative. You're not conservative, but he cared. Okay, wasn't allowed to do well enough. Yeah. I've always wondered whether being an MP shouldn't be like jury service. You should just be drawn out of a hat for it. Um, a, a basic test of what the issues are. A basic, not necessarily intelligence test, but I also think that voting should be qualified. You should have to. This gets tricky, and I see why it gets tricky, and I see why everyone will disagree with me. I don't think people who've got no idea what the issues are should get a vote, should get a say. There should be some basic test about what does Labour stand for, what do the Tories stand for, what do the other major parties, if you can call them major, what are their main themes, or what are the main issues, and then once you've passed the test and shown that you know what the vote's actually about, then you get to vote. The difficulty and the reason that everyone will disagree with me is who sets the questions, who sets the test, how do you keep it fair and not bias it? And that's the difficulty. But I would love to see voting be something that you have to pass a test to drive. You know, you have to pass a driving test. What are the rules? What are this? What are that? I don't see why we couldn't formulate just a basic test. Just something that asks about how Labour, being on a kind of a socialist side, want you to vote for what's best for everybody else. Tories have more of an opinion of you vote what's best for you, and in the aggregate, that will be what's best for the country. And you once you grasp those separate kind of concepts, those separate ideas, maybe a bit more complex than that. I'm summarizing it in 10 seconds kind of thing. But yeah, there should be some pre-qualification for voting. But I'd love to see MP duty just being done at random. Now again, whether there's some pre-qualification, you should have to know the issues and things again. But yeah, imagine having MP service just being like jury service. You just have to go off and do your 4 years, and maybe draw lots at the end of 4 years, and 33% or 50% of you get to stay, and a new batch come in, and we get rid of these lifelong and in some cases generational where sons and what have you come in and replace fathers. I don't know, something like that, but I'm probably spouting nonsense. So Dadachosi Chris says we should select, not elect people that fit the criteria and have the aptitude and intelligence to be in Parliament. Should be okay, randomly selected. You're okay. That was the same lines I just went on. I saw the first few words of your post. I didn't see the rest. So we've independently come along to the same needs. All we need done is to provide an aptitude test. That's interesting that we both independently went to the same place. Suzanne says Belgium. Do they do that? Hold on. Didn't Belgium end up with that? What was he called? One of the negotiators during Brexit. Guy Verhofstadt? Something like that, wasn't he? Was he Luxembourg or was he Belgium Prime Minister before? I don't know. It's medicinal and a clear out now and then is good for you. Yeah, okay, a clear, yeah. Pastiche, yeah. I had the East. Yeah, thank you, Suzanne. That was indeed where I was going. I was sat on a train once. I went for a job interview in London. I went for many after I left university and didn't get any of them. Always down to the last 2 or 3. Away for selection weekends or whatever they fucking called them. But I went for one and I just really screwed up. I froze. They put me in front of a whiteboard and started asking me stats questions. They delivered this scenario. And it's only afterwards I realised what they'd wanted me to do. I was listening to the guy and trying to do calculations in my head, and I thought he just wanted me to write the answer on the board after. He wanted me to write down the salient points like a spreadsheet, but done manually. And then he was going to say, yeah, but what if we change this rate to that and we change this for... And he wanted me to work through it on the book. And I just tried listening to what he wanted and doing a calculation. I was just going to write the answer on the fucking board. But then he said, but what if we change this percentage and that percentage and change this value? And because I'd not worked it through, I'd not listed all the variables, the dependent and independent variables. I'd not listed it all. I couldn't work it through. I just blew the fucking whole interview. So I'm sat in Euston Station waiting to come back to Lancaster. and there's this bloody bloke sat in my seat with his ringlety, long fucking gypsy kind of look. You know, a fake gyppo, someone who's doing it like for the fashion. But the train wasn't full, so I wasn't kicking him out of the seat. I just sat behind him. But I'd said, hey, that's my seat. But whatever. But he turned around halfway through the journey. He turned around and started offering me that. He said, "Oh, I've just been living in France for the last 9 months," and he started offering me this kind of licorice liqueur thing, liqueur or spirit, not sure. But I was pissed off, so I was knocking them back, and he kept topping my glass, so I took it. I'd paid £1 to reserve that seat. Fucking train was empty. What was this? Jesus, you've been in those bars as well, Mike. This is the one where the guy does the Guinness arse and stands there until he shits himself. There's always one. I want to be that guy one day. I want to have enough money to be rolling drunk in a bar every day during kind of retirement or thereabouts. But it won't happen. I've blown my retirement now by being here in Spain the last 9 years. Okay, there's three of us agreeing it should be like jury duty, where you just draw lots and there you go. You get MP duty. It excludes people who want power should automatically be excluded from power, and this avoids that principle. It just it gets rid of them. Pastis. Okay, the correct spelling is just IS. Okay, who knew? What? Okay. The people who fuck pigs. That's a David Cameron reference. The frog-eyed wankers. I'm not sure where you're going there. Is that a Boris Johnson? That might be a Boris. I'm not sure. Frog-eyed wankers. Not sure. Do you know that? Yeah, those are the kinds of questions. Yeah. Do you know that communism and socialism are not the same thing? Yeah. Mike, yeah, I'm 10 minutes later catching up. Yeah. I don't think you can give people like essay questions, like explain the differences. That's going to make marking too difficult. But some kind of multiple choice is the reason this, or all of the above. I don't, Cameron, yeah, okay. I am behind now. I will catch up, folks. Belgium, Lefebvre, okay. I thought Belgium's language leaned more French and Brun. Brun, although Brun is like Scottish as well, isn't it? Dutch as well, probably. Brun. The Brun cow in the field. The brown cow in the field. The Brun cow in the field. A video of some youth saying out loud he'll vote the way his mates tell him. You see, that should be automatic disqualification. If you're not making up your own mind. Oh, but, I won't. Wow, sign of nature, you are off on one tonight, aren't you? Judges, barristers, solicitors, etc. swear an oath to the bar. That's located in a square mile. It's a foreign country. Don't think it is. It's a separate city. It's a separate city from the rest of London. Don't think it's its own country, though. I loved bacon when I used to eat meat. Not that much. Not enough to do a Cameron on it. Okay. I would typically then be a little more left than you, Chippy, historically speaking, because I'm from Scargill country. I guess Ken Livingstone was fairly left as well, yeah. Uh, not quite Derek Hatton left. Although nowadays I seem to lean right a little bit because I think the left has lost the fucking plot in a lot of ways. They used to talk, didn't they? When oh, what was he called? The gingerhead bloke that was head of Labour. He did the music video with Tracy Ullman. Neil Kinnock. He's a battle with the loony left, as they were called at the time. Your Derek Hattons and some of the more extreme. Was it the Morning Star, the newspaper that they all read? Morning Star or Red Star? Morning, maybe. And so there was that big battle, and I thought that the centrists had won and expelled like the loony left. And I can't help thinking now that it lurched seriously loony left. When that other bloke came in, what's he called with the beard? He was accused of anti-Semitism, or maybe he wasn't, but he was accused of running an anti-Semitic Labour Party. I can't even remember the bloke's name. Someone will help me out. Let me go at the bottom where I might catch it. Jeremy Corbyn, yeah. I thought Corbyn, he seemed quite intelligent, but I don't think he controlled the party. It seemed to lurch, maybe not him personally, although in some ways, yeah, but it seemed to lurch radically left at that point. And I would say loony left. And so I was kind of certainly left of centre, but Labour lurched so far over. They have a word for it, don't they? There's something or other window, Overton window. Everything moved so far that way, and I stayed still. I'm now classed as right of centre. Still believe in the welfare state, the NHS, all sorts of other things. But the rest lurched, and okay, Josie's off. Not into British politics. Okay, yeah, sorry, we've bye bye. Yeah, we'll maybe move back away from politics in a minute, but yeah. What's crunching here? I'm breaking something. I'm at the bottom here, guys. I'm in the I gotta work my way back to where I was, make sure I don't miss out on too much of the conversation. I was quite a way behind before chat jumped. Guys, we're in serious danger of being in contest. That's not the right phraseology. Of competing for the highest number of thumbs up during a live stream for me. I think we hit 25 once. I think that was the consensus. We discussed it a while ago, but if a few more of you could just hit that thumbs up, we might hit the record, maybe. Corbyn is lovely. He's not my cup of tea. Then again, neither was Michael Foot. Very intelligent man, Michael Foot, but not very televisual. He was never going to win an election looking like that. Oh, this is Neil Kinnock. Okay, there's a Neil Kinnock conversation there. Okay. Both wings of the same bird. Okay, Dadachowski. Chris would be further right than both of us. There was Josie leaving. Okay. Jock Brown. Biggest scuzz bucket after Beliar. Jock Brown. Oh, Blair. Okay, this is Blair and okay, Brown that came. Brown with the one eye. Corbyn liked him. Neil Kinnock, yeah. Gordon Brown, yeah. Okay. So I work back and I sit there pondering something, work it out, and when I'm scrolling back, you started with the proper name. The left no longer exists. That's an interesting assertion. Okay, there was Beliar explained as a Blair anagram kind of thing. French and Flemish, yeah. Okay, Flemish is like Dutch but softer sound. R.I.P. John Smith, the Labour of the Leader Party. The Labour of the Leader Party. There's an interesting one. Yeah, he seemed okay, and he was named after a beer. The Bruin Koen Hetveld. See, it's almost the same. Dutch and Scottish. The Bruin Koen Hetveld in Hetveld. Okay. Oh, well, Major was a change from Mrs. T, and it had to be. What did we have? 10, almost 11 years with Thatcher, yeah? All the way through the 80s, wasn't it? She came in 79 and went out in 90 or 91. Oh, there's one I've not heard before. Moss had assassinated John Smith. That's... I got to admit, when Blair was elected, I'd never heard of him. When the Labour Party picked amongst themselves. That's a thing I don't really like. Especially when it's the Prime Minister. And they lose no confidence vote or resign or whatever. And then the party just pick their new leader, and that party leader becomes Prime Minister. I think that should be a general election. Once they've picked their leader, they should set out policies and face the nation. It should be automatic. They shouldn't just take... New party leader shouldn't mean new Prime Minister automatically. It should be an election. In my humble opinion. Where are we now? Okay, I think I'm back to where I knew and understood. Let me come back to the bottom. Scroll back up a bit for whatever I've missed at the bottom. Michael Foot was brilliant. He was a brilliant man, certainly. But not presentable, not televisual. not even that good on radio, really. The voice wasn't a bit rambling and shuffling. See, I can hold like opposing views at the same time, or apparently opposing views. I can be mainly left, but then hear certain policies and just go, yeah, no, I'm on the other side on this one, and that doesn't really work, does it? You've got to pick one or the other when you vote. You've got to vote one side or the other. You can't pick individual policies. That would be interesting if you could. If both parties, or however many parties, put forward half a dozen specific policies, and you pick whether you want number 1, 2, and 4 from one side, and 3, 5, and 6 or something from the other side, and you get a mixture. You get a voting on policies individual policies rather than people or parties. But I guess it would be difficult. I guess people would end up voting spend, 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 and cut tax, cut tax, cut tax, and that wouldn't work, would it? You can't. Who would implement it then after you pick that? Yeah, you see, I think Chris is saying the same. Picking policies rather than pick what you feels right rather than selecting from a party. You've probably sorted this already, but he's not a Yank. Chippy thought that you thought Michael Foot looked epic. He looked a bit like William Hartnell, fucking Doctor Who. I mean, he was a shuffling. He looked like Wurzel Gummidge. He was a shuffling scarecrow of a. A la carte politics, yeah. Let me I got to do the top chat and live chat just to make sure it hasn't ditched me. I'm fairly sure I'm up to date. Yeah, I am now up to date, folks. Okay, we're on 19 thumbs up. Only 8 people here now. We're losing the audience, folks. Maybe politics isn't where we want to be. Have we got any other topics? I'm struggling to see here. My light isn't ideally placed. I'm not sure. I got to be careful. Where's Fama when I need him? Where's Fabrizio? You come and tell me to be careful with the light. Oh no, that. How's that for you guys? Is that better or worse? I can see myself better because I had the light right in front of me, but that might not be as well illuminated. Not that it matters. It's just a bloke in a tent, but. I'm looking for another topic. Oh. Where are we now? Oh, Farage is the frog-eyed one. Okay, I got you. I was lost on that one. Mike is a bit slow tonight. Yeah. Okay. I'll be honest. I don't actually like. I've never seen Farage that often. I've been out of the country since his meteoric rise. I don't look at the bloke. I don't watch news. I read the BBC occasionally. They pop up 3 or 4 headlines a day in the notifications. Usually, here's the thing, folks. Here's the thing. Why is the BBC constantly full of news about like a bus crash in Brazil? Like 2 people die in Brazil, and I'm sure it's very sad for the people involved and all that. But what the fuck's it got to do with the BBC? Why am I being told about? Is there so little news in the world that they have to like scrape the entire world's surface for kind of a car crash or something 10,000 miles away? Is that what the fuck is that? I don't get why the BBC has to search halfway around the world to find a couple of deaths to tell me about. I don't want to be heartless, but 2 people that I'd never met, never would have heard of, die in a country that I'm never going to go to. And the BBC thinks it's one of the top 5 stories today that I need to be told about. Don't get it. Okay, let's. The alternative is an echo chamber. I'm watching you guys spiral off into conspiracy land, and I'm trying to find a way to go another way. So come on then, Laura Kunsberg, Laura K. Good or bad? Where are we on this? Let's go back. Okay, I'm coming back forwards again now. I think I'm all caught up. Laura Kay's Margaret Thatcher's more evil twin. So not probing independent journalists then? You're saying far-right political activist. Oh, I shouldn't say far-right. I get called that because I didn't like Star Wars. Well, I did, the original 3, and the second 3 that are now the first 3 were all right. But the final 3 I didn't like. The final trilogy, the Disney Star Wars I didn't like. Which makes me apparently automatically far-right, folks. Who knew? I am a transphobe, homophobe, racist. Oh, I'm sure I'm missing some. I'm missing some of the phobes and ists. Can't stand the woman. Further to the right than Hitler. Wow. That's interesting. Right, I do want to drag us away from politics. If we don't want to be, I don't want to be politics. Like I've said in the past, happy to touch on it and discuss bits of it, but we need some more topics. Otherwise, I'll have to draw. Oh, look at this! I should have said this 5 minutes ago. 3 hours just gone. Which means it's what, 12:30 my time, 11:30 UK. 11:30 UK. What's that? 6:30 Eastern US, maybe. I can't remember. I think so. I think I'm 6 hours ahead of the of Eastern. Let's go into conspiracies, or which ones? Cloud seeding. How about that one? Let's one that doesn't go too far off the rails. Although I did shut down one of these casts once when it went off too far on it. I did read up on it a little bit more afterwards. There is a little bit of a point to it. It is a bit more. Oh, get me a bag of chips. That was a Sean, hello. Are you down by the one chino in Torrevieja? There's quite a few chinos in Torrevieja, but the big one, Gran Bizarre El Zocco. Love to come and meet me. If you're into a beer, love to come meet you and chat for a bit. Yeah, I'm open to that. 5 minutes away if you're where I think you are. I am opposite the Repsol garage that's right next to the Gran Bizarre El Zocco. Um, yeah, yeah, I'm right there. Let me know when you fancy coming down, and we can do that. I got an email address in the description of every video. You can always email me. Oh, V, the original one, the one in the 80s. I'm going to say 80s. Could have been 90s, but I think 80s. What was she called? Jane Badler. The first, yeah, yeah. I started to get into the remake, the one they did with Morena Baccaran, or however you pronounce her name. Is it Morena? The Brazilian lass. Very pretty lady. I was just getting into it, and it kind of got cancelled, didn't it, early? Yeah, they did a remake about 10 or 15 years ago. That lass seems to have an unfortunate run of having TV series that she's in get cancelled. Firefly and V. Yeah, in the remake, the aliens had been here a lot longer. They'd had like an embedded group here on Earth already. But no, they had Freddy Krueger in the original, didn't they? Was he called Willie? I think the character was called Willie. And it was, I can't remember the actor's name now. I do know it. You know how my memory is, folks. You know that shit doesn't come to mind. But he was Freddy Krueger. Um, yeah. But do you remember how kind of shocking that series was at the time? It was shown, I think it was ITV, and it was shown all in one week, the original miniseries. And you had sci-fi on primetime TV, which kind of never happens. So that was kind of like yeah, I really like my sci-fi, and that was different. Sci-fi normally gets tucked away, like on Channel 4 at 11 o'clock or 6 o'clock on BBC Two, opposite the news, so never gets seen. Um, to have it there prime time, like 9 o'clock at night, on until 10. Then you get then you had the 10 o'clock news, and then it'd be on the other side of it for a little bit as well. Robert Englund, that's right. Well done. Yeah, yeah. The prime villainess, yeah, Jane Badler. The character was called, can't remember. Diane or Diana, the dark-haired one. Then later on, they brought in a blonde visitor as well, didn't it, to kind of contest against her. Um, Oh, I missed that one. Dadatrosky. There's a cave in Tibet that has a reclining Buddha surrounded by all the races of man with a green lizard man. Weird, eh? Then you look at all those Egyptian ones with the animal heads and stuff. Makes you wonder. I was back to Sean saying he wants to come and visit. Yeah, Jane Badler. She was very pretty. Firefly was brilliant. I really liked Firefly. It deserved. The studio messed it about too much. It was shown out of order. The pilot episode wasn't the pilot episode. They showed it second or third, as if it was flashback. Lots of studio interference. In America, it ended up clashing. They moved the time slots and it ended up clashing with sports. And so one week it would be on and the next week it wouldn't. 1 week on, 1 week off kind of thing, which trashed its audience, got moved to a separate night and a what would you call it, like a graveyard slot. It got moved to a time slot that nobody was going to watch it, so it got no audience, and so they killed it. Terrible. Really unfortunate. Does anybody remember The Invaders? This is one of my favorite programs ever. I love The Invaders from the 60s. A Quinn Martin production. Off they go. With architect David Vincent. For him, it began one lonely night, tired down a dirt track, blah, blah. Loved it. That's before your time. It was before my time. It's from the 60s. There were episodes with, what was he called? Well, Gene Hackman was in one episode, maybe two. I think it might have been a double episode with Gene Hackman. You had Lou. No, is that a TV program he did? Was that the character? He played a newspaper. He was a newspaper editor. Am I remembering the name of the actor or the character? Lou somebody or other. Short guy. Anyway, no, it had a lot of fairly famous kind of or people who went on to become stars. Which Tomorrow People though? I think we've talked about this one before, Chippy. The 1970s Tomorrow People, the 1990s one, or the one that they did a few years ago with the American lad who couldn't keep his shirt on. I think there's been three distinct lots of Tomorrow People. The original 1970s, yeah, okay. I barely remember it. I remember some horrendous BBC level, and it wasn't made by the BBC, but I remember BBC level, like Doctor Who level 70s baddies in the Tomorrow People, like caterpillars and moths and things, but really, really bad special effects and model making. Really bad. In the 90s one, they took a lad out of Neighbours and put him in it, and he had a friend called Megabyte, which is really dated now, isn't it? You wouldn't see Megabyte as being something great. I'm not sure what you'd go with now if you wanted to appear all high tech and up to date. Is terabyte? That's not big enough. You got to go the next. I don't know. Do I know the next ones? Petabyte. Is that the next one after petabyte, after terabyte? That might be the one after that one. I'm not sure. Petabyte. I'm not up to date. I haven't kept up with my ISO prefixes. Yeah, yeah, there you go. That was the era, wasn't it? 1970s Doctor Who. And the fake robot would bump into the rock wall, and the rock wall would wobble for about 5 seconds afterwards. Yeah, spray painted marigold gloves. Yeah, bubble wrap sprayed green. With yeah, yeah, but also with some bubble bath underneath, just bubbling away with you know something bubbling through it. Story carried it. Maybe sometimes. Raptors are still with us. There are two types of birds of prey. There are owls and there are raptors. Now, to what extent they're still like um, related to like your velociraptors or whatever, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how that whole bird thing, because birds are dinosaurs. But, I'm not fully sure on the division there. Owls aren't raptors, no. Owls and raptors are the two separate types of birds of prey. Hold on, where's Chippy going there? Is that a joke or something? Owls are the ones with the really long legs. No, owls are not raptors. There are two kinds of birds. There are only two branches of birds of prey. Owls are one branch, and all the other birds of prey are raptors. Do owls have long legs? Not so sure. Is Suzanne still here? Her name means owl. He busku or whatever it is. He bosk. He books. Haven't seen a comment in a while. She might be lurking in the background, or she might have said goodbye and left. No, Petabyte is the next one. What's the one after that then? It's just, Petabyte. I'm sure no, not hex. Peta. Oh, I had another word on the tip of my terrapeta. No, floofy. Used to have when I slept outside here before I had any kind of shelter. I've said this before, probably. You probably get sick of hearing me. I never know who's been in the streams when I've said these things in the past. But when I slept outside for the first 3 months here and 2 months in the park, there's an owl. The park's not that far away, a few hundred meters that way, maybe 300 meters that way. Um, but there's an owl does the circuit here, and used to come and land on top of one of the power poles here, and he would look down at me, all fucking evils. He would look right down at me, wondering what the fuck was what. And I was frightened at one point that he was going to come and get me or come and have a go at me. Um, they have long legs, but don't look like it due to their feathers. There you go, folks. Peta, and then Exa. There you go. I did know that, but it didn't. It wasn't. That would have never come to mind. Um, See, I still think that we went all wrong. Just every thousand going with the next name, the next name. I liked the old. Was it called a milliard? Where you kept going with a name. So when you got a million, you would have 1,000 million, and you only needed another word once you got to million. That's when you would have had a billion. because you don't want to be saying a million. So thousand, but once you were on billion, you could have thousands of, of billion. You could have had millions of billion. And again, only when you get to billion do you need a new word, and that would have been trillion. Um, uh, yeah, that would have been a better system, and I would have gone the same with the ISO billiard. That's not real, surely. Maybe billiard. You got me snookered there. It leaves us going through the next level sooner and sooner, because it doesn't take long just to raise up 1,000-fold from whatever the last one was. It never takes long, does it? Billiard is real. It's not just a game with 3 balls on a snooker table. Yeah. Oh. What have I got here? I do got. What have I drunk? Was that my first can or second? That must have been second, since we've been live. You've got 3 balls. You do when you play billiards. 2 whites. Oh God, is it a red or a black? 2 whites. One has a spot. You have your. Yeah. It's been a long time, folks. It's been a long time. Used to love my snooker and billiards. The extra ET, the extra testicle. I like that. That'll work. Oh, why can I not get comfortable tonight? I think it's because when I tried to smooth out this quilt and put it back in its cover, it got lumpy on me. I think it's twisted inside the case. Like I said, I need to take it outside tomorrow, air it out for a bit, but also take it out of its cover and put it back in at the end of the day. I got lumps and they're pushing me over and twisting me in certain directions. If I'm not careful, I'll end up with a bad back again. And that only took me 4 months to get rid of that, didn't it? 4 fucking months with a bad back, just because I tried to dance around the dog to get her dog food one day. Hey, Tina. You awake? Not awake. But not running in her sleep either, so that's okay. Folks, we are so close to hitting the record for the thumbs up. 25 is the confirmed record for thumbs up during the actual stream while we're live. Obviously, we'll pick up a few later. A few stragglers will watch this tomorrow. I've no understanding why. I don't know why any of you are here at all, but keeping a tramp company on a Friday night, I guess. Friday night into Saturday morning. Hold on. People are talking. Okay, the extra testicle. Okay. Made a snooker joke at my work colleague the other day. A measurement we needed to remember was 147, 147, yeah. He said, can you remember that? It's the break you'll never get. Okay. I get it. 147. When you put all 15 reds with a black, you score 8 for 1 for each red, 7 for each black, so that's 8. 8 times 15 is 120, and then 27 for the colours. 2 for the yellow, 3 for the green, 4 for the brown, 5 for the blue, 6 for the pink, 7 for the black. So 120 plus 27, 147. I remember it well. I remember it well. I think was Steve Davis. Steve Davis was the first televised one, I think, was he? Or was it the Canadian bloke? Cliff Thorburn? No, not Cliff Thorburn. He's not Canadian. Cliff. Not Kirk Stevens. Cliff. Yeah, Thorburn. Thorburn. I was getting mixed up with Willie Thorne, who died out here in Torrevieja a couple of years back, if I remember correctly. Willie Thorne died penniless, more or less, out in Torrevieja because he, I think it was the horses. He liked the gambling. I thought it was. I remember I thought it was beer at the time, but I think it was the gambling. Lost all his fortune, but lived out here. I don't think actually in Torrevieja, but in the vicinity, in the area, in the surround. Who's the other guy that's fairly famous and lived out here? Oh, he's got this. He's got a very similar name. Okay. Alabama. Richie Valens, was he? But there's another guy. There's an English guy with a very similar name. Maybe Ricky Valens or something similar. He sang the song "Tell Laura I Love Her" about a race car driver who died, and his dying words are to tell his girlfriend, tell my girlfriend I loved her. Tell Laura I loved her. Tell Laura not to cry. Tell Laura my love for her will never die. He either lives or lived out here. Big hit in the 60s. Really big hit. Tell Laura I love her. I can't look it up, folks. I can't move away from the screen. But very similar name to the La Bamba guy. Ricky or Richie Valens or Valens or I'm not sure if I got that. There's a fly just hovering in midair. Ricky Valens. Okay, there you go. Alive or dead though? Is he still with us or did he pass recently? He was based out here in Torrevieja. I think that's Torrevieja's only claim to fame. Those two, well, for Brits anyway. That the Willie Thorne and this bloke Ricky Valens. Cabo Roig. Okay. Cabo means Cape. Roig, I'm not sure, but yeah, it's a place just south. Let me just check whether I've. So who got the first televised 147 then? I remember Steve Davis getting one, but I'm not sure whether he was the first. I wondered whether Cliff Thorburn, the Canadian guy, he got one, and it should have been like the happiest moment of his life. But at exactly that time, his wife was miscarrying over in, I think in Canada. So passed in 2020. Okay, so that was while I was here. Oh, might even have been a COVID thing, eh? 2020. It would have been fairly old anyway, I guess. But Hello, goodbye. Hello, hello. Okay, you're the one that gave me the info about the song, about the singer. Is that the same fly? It's pissing me right off. And my fly spray is dead, I think. It is. It is. It is no more. It is a deceased fly spray. It's blowing out no liquid. Ah. Fly or mosquito? I'm not sure. I could see it, which would point towards fly, but it's shining in the light, so it could have been a little mozzie. I'm not sure. Small enough, small enough to be a mozzie. Yeah, this field's full of, well, full of what, everything. Rats, mice, flies, mosquitoes. It's been terrible lately. About an hour either side of sundown. So just before the sunset, and for an hour after, I'll get. They seem to target the ankles. Now maybe that's just because I'm in bed and they're coming in through the door and my legs are that way over. But also sometimes it's when I go out to bring in these lights. When I bring in these solar powered kind of Christmas lights. Um, when I bring those in, I get attacked. Ants are biting your feet. That's not good. What about midges? How many of us have got? How many of us are in parts of the UK that have got the vampire flies from hell, the midges coming at them? Last year was terrible. In my tent last year was bad for ants because I got food in plastic boxes, but that's to stop the rodents. But it doesn't stop ants. They get wherever they want to go. Little buggers. I haven't noticed it so far this year. Maybe I've just not been looking. Question mark? Not sure. Oh, still not comfortable here. Remind me, Chris, where's your caravan? You're down south somewhere, if I remember right, like Portsmouth, Plymouth, somewhere that way. I could be totally misremembering. Tell me what an idiot I am. Sean's got a bad allergy to the mozzies. Um, over time, I'm told, over time it fades. So you start off and you get bitten by the mozzie and you get the welt, the elongated. Well, you'll know what a welt is. Uh, it's said, I've heard it said anyway, the Spanish don't really get them. Now they're still getting bitten, but the welt is like an overreaction from the immune system. And over time, your immune system kind of gets used to it, laughs it off, stops overreacting. So the Spanish kind of don't notice them as much. Um, I'm told. I mean, who knows? Oh, clearing a garden and disturbing things will yeah. If you've got ants in there, that'll. Not sure why I came to live in Spain. Yeah, if you can't cope with mosquitoes, can't cope with mosquitoes. Don't like the heat. Don't like the food. There's too many foreigners. These are the comments that you hear in Benidorm, aren't they? That there are too many Spanish or is that? Okay. It's another bike engine mistiming. I thought I was hearing like a wheel, like with a flat. I thought I was hearing a car with a flat tire. There was a like a thudding, but cyclical. What the fuck? But then it got louder, and it was a motorbike up on the main road. Who knew? Allergic to sun. That's got to be hyperbole. Unless you're a albino. The albinos don't like the sun. Itchy nose now all of a sudden. Oh, Chris is in the Midlands. I forget where people are. Okay, Suzanne, he books doesn't get bitten by mosquitoes. That's interesting. I remember coming out here with my wife back in the day, and she would get bitten about 4 times more than me. We'd wake up in the morning, and I might have like one bite on my leg, and she'd be covered. Some people's body chemistry just attracts them more than others. Heard all sorts of theories. I know we're going to say, some people will say, oh, blood sugar. Others will say it's the amount of carbon dioxide. I've heard others say it's the nitric acid, nitric acid that the body gives off in small quantities. Is that right? Chippy will be able to correct me on that one. He's my chemistry god. I guess a nitric. When you've been in the sun all day and then you glow, the afterglow at night, your body releases. I'm fairly sure it's nitric. Let me have a look. He'll correct me. Heat and CO2, Chippy says. I've heard all sorts of theories. I've never seen proof. I see lots of scientific studies, but nobody ever replicates them. So you get lots every year. You get like the same newspaper articles trumpeting the same ideas, possible cures, whatever. Then people start throwing out your citronellas and your other what do you call those oils? The word makes it sound like they're really important, but essential oils. It doesn't essential oils aren't essential. They're not like vital. They're just essence. It's the essence of something, so it's that essential just means essence of. Essential, not as in you really need it. All of those things. Mix some oil with some vinegar and start spraying it around, whether it's citronella or lavender or whatever. The Dyke of Torrevieja. I don't know the Dyke of Torrevieja. There's a waterway that there is like a little canal, I guess, at one point, and people kept dying. People kept falling off it and being found dead the next morning in the channel. It's not really a canal, drainage ditch. I don't know. More off towards Villa Martin, somewhere over. I don't know exactly. Somewhere that way, there's a little waterway thing. Maybe dyke wasn't the word you meant. Let me try and see if I can decode. Scots in Spain, Barry and Karen. A good channel. Well, you might have seen that I've met Barry a couple of times. Came and interviewed me once, and then one time I got arrested, and he came around to check I was all right. Oh, another time he came round and he brought Andy the farmer from Hill. Oh, Andy, what's your site? I'm going to say Mountain View Farm. Mountain View Farm. Andy came from Mountain View Farm, I think. He brought me a box of food, didn't he? That was just before the police arrived. I'd got about 3/4 of the way through the box, and the police stole that box, the remnants of that box of food, on the basis of fire risk. Fucking plastic box with food in. Green garden furniture, fire risk. Bottles of water, plastic bottles of water, fire risk. Pans, fire risk. Ladle and spatula, knives and forks, fire risk. Oh, don't start me off. Hold on, what have I missed? Okay, the sun allergy wasn't hyperbole. It's a real thing, yeah. What have I got? Hold on. Chronic idiopathic urticaria. Now, idiopathic means it's alone to you. It's a one-person thing. When doctors use idiopathic, it usually means we don't know what it is. It's like when they use syndrome. Syndrome's another word that means we don't know what the fuck that is. Of course, sometimes they name things when they don't know what it is. Let's say, for example, acquired immunodeficiency syndrome was named when they didn't know what it was. And of course, they're stuck with the name then, even when they learn what it is and what causes it and how. I guess they're stuck with the name unless they go on a major rebranding exercise. Oh, which they did with monkeypox, didn't they? I said this the other week. I was reading away at some scientific, not a journal, but a scientific website, and there was this disease I'd never heard of, Mpox. M, the letter, M for Mike, in the NATO phonetic alphabet. Mpox. And I'm like, what the fuck is this new disease? I've never heard of it, and it's rife. It's all over Africa. It's all over the place, and it's about to invade Europe. And no, they just rebranded monkeypox to Mpox. Seems to be the modern way to rebrand and rename things. I was a foreigner in Carrefour once. I guess anytime you step inside Carrefour, you're a foreigner. Chippy said, oof. I guess that's in reaction to the idiopathic urticaria. Urit. How are you going to say it? I'm going to go urticaria. But it could just as easily be urticaria. Okay, I'm behind again, aren't I? I'm back with the Moses and nitrous acid, not nitric. Okay. I knew I'd get it wrong one way or the other. Citronella. Say that again. Citronella never worked for me, only mosquito nets, said Sean. Yeah, I've had various sprays. Some of them were designed for spraying on or around dogs. Some of them were for just putting in the air. I'm not convinced. Not convinced by any of them. I've had other people tell me lavenders and any of the other essences of the essential oils. Okay, Chippy. Chippy says mixing liquid propane with liquid oxygen deals with any pests. Um, you want to up it a notch, mate. I hear that acetylene and oxygen are quite a mix. There are costs. And you end up on lists and things though, don't you? You have difficulty getting through the airport. Did you see the video of kids that dived into the Calas nearby during a storm? So Calas is coves for anyone who's I didn't. No. Is that here in Torry? I see them that there are a couple of coves here and there's some with rocks that are jutting right out. And that look quite dangerous, but I guess if they know the exact point to jump. But doing it during storms when you've got big waves and winds doesn't sound healthy. Villa Martin, Karen's confirming my channel canal kind of thing over that way. She is indeed that Karen. Maybe it's Promenade. Yeah, I watched him. Where was he yesterday? He was the Barry Scottish couple in Spain. He was walking along. I was going to say Marbella, but that's not right. Benidorm front, and it was quite quiet, wasn't it? But some of the bars were packed. People were staying out of the sun and in the watering holes. Um, so whether the town, not the town centre, but whether the promenade was quiet because there aren't many people around, or because people are staying inside out of the heat, I don't know. I don't know. See, I don't get out of this field. I don't really get to see anything. In the morning, people will walk dogs up and down this path. There's someone having some building work done at the bottom here. Um, After that, we hit a point where there's nobody, there's nobody walking past for the next 5 or 6 hours. Then the builders will leave. People will walk dogs again. Don't get me wrong; it's not like entirely. You will get the odd, you'll get the odd person walk up and down, but not in any kind of numbers. It's quite a quiet little track. I'm in the field. My dog's immobile, except for when I'm carrying her or carrying the back end of her. Um, I don't get to see much. I mean, I am. This is the coast road. This is the seafront basically. Although it steps inland a little bit at this point, but I don't get to see any of it. I don't get to go anywhere. It's not like when I used to walk around the bins 2 or 3 times a day and do big circuits and maybe occasionally go into town. We don't get anywhere. I've literally not even been in a supermarket yet this year. Um, Grand Bazaar El Zocco is as far as I can go, and to do that, I have to tie Tina up and sneak off without her knowing what I'm doing. And I got to be back within 5 minutes. So I take the bins, drop the bins off, drop the rubbish off at the bins, um, nip to the Grand Bazaar, grab what I'm grabbing, whether it's poo bags for the dog or whether it's a case of beers for my weekend, and then I come back. Um, and I've got to do it within 5 minutes, otherwise she's going to be barking. That's as much travel as I get. Today we made it about 200 meters to the cliff tops over on the right. We haven't been over on the left in a long time. But somehow I had extra strength today. I was able to just cleanly pick up her back end, and she would walk. Her front end was walking. I'd got her legs way off the ground, and we just walked that way And we just went. She's looking for grass. She wants to chew on some nice soft green grass. But it's Spain in summer. There isn't any. It's all hard, coarse, and dry. But we got as far as the cliff top. She wanted to go down the slope. No fucking way. No way. When I get her some wheels, we'll go around and go to the same area, but we'll have to go the long way round. There's no way I'm taking her down the cliff on wheels and then back up steps the other side. That just won't work, folks. That just won't fly. Oh, he's a nice guy. Oh, yeah. Hold on a second. What have I missed? Her name was Sharon, Mike. Lost me. There's Karen. That's an odd name, Sharon, Mike. Bad joke, okay. I'll let it slide, I've no idea. China syndrome. China syndrome, that's where a power station goes bad and burns right through the earth to the other side. How did we get there? I got no idea, I'm lost. I'll catch you up in about 10 minutes. Idiopathic, yeah, means you've got no clue what causes it. Can I delete them? I would certainly have another Murphy's if I was you, Chris. Yeah, go for it, mate. If you've got it, have it. Monkeypox. I am lost, folks. You guys go off on... Chippy's going to have another Carlsberg. Usually a bitter man. I'm a bitter man when I'm bitter drinker when I'm in the UK. Whether you call it bitter, whether you call it IPA, whether you're a camera guy and you're going to tell me that there's an actual distinction between them when there's not really. Don't care. Technically, an IPA was a bitter style drink designed for long travel to get to India without going off on the way. Hence the name. Pale ale, because up to that point most beers were stouts or porters. They were very dark. So when they made it so that it could travel and it ended up lighter, they just called it a pale ale, India Pale Ale. It's still dark brown, really. Hello, goodbye's off to bed. One more week and you're back to Spain. Nice. Mike, not his real name, has made a good little community here. I guess. I don't know how much I've had to do with it, really. But, you know, I guess you guys found me. You guys built the community. He does my head in, he keeps repeating himself and slagging off Torry. Who? Me? Good night. Hello, goodbye. Hello, goodbye, good night. Shame says, what's even happening? What is this, lol? I am a tramp. I live in a field. My friends here join me to try and keep me company on these random live streams. I do a couple of other types of live stream. On a Sunday afternoon, my time, 5 o'clock Spanish, Central European, I do a program where I detail a week in the life of an Englishman trapped in Spain. That's what I call TrampCast, or I now kind of refer to as TrampCast proper. TrampCast Special is where I have a specific topic in mind, maybe tomorrow. Specific topic in mind, and I will do a program just on that one topic. That's a TrampCast Special. This is just a random, this is what I call a TrampCast Hangout. It's just me and you guys, and we chat. I sometimes try and come along with some science or technology news or gubbings that I've read, science, technology, space news, whatever. But if I haven't done my reading, it's just us and we just chat, and the conversation goes where it goes. It goes into politics a little bit sometimes. We go into old TV series, science fiction, and I'm in Torrevieja, a city on the southeast coast of Spain. We'll talk about Spain and Torrevieja and just life in general. That's what this is. It's random. Maybe when I'm always coherent, you bugger. Sharon's a matter to Aussie, okay. IPA, you see, I knew you'd pick me up on the difference between IPA and bitter. They're the same bloody thing, shut up. Lighter and less bitter. Yeah, only because they had to travel further to get to India without going bad. Is Tina still asleep? She is. She is. Her legs have just started twitching again from what I can hear. But she's not running in her sleep. She is just twitching. Oh, when you ferment iron brew, it's made in Scotland from girders. If I remember the adverts correctly. Don't ban anybody. Not when you're 30 minutes behind in chat. He said at 1:23. I'm only 1 minute. I'm here now. I don't know whether I'm fully here now. Yeah, there's no. So did I have a new friend who asked, what is this? Shame with an M. Are you still here? Or did you wander off already? Is that? Hold on. It's not taking my click in the right place. Shame with an M. Not Shane, as in a bloke's name, but Shame. Okay, I have caught up, folks. But now I've caught up, you have to give me something to talk about, don't you? I do my Eric Bartholomew. Eric Morecambe, you may know him as. Chippy's been disruptive. In what way? Asking Karen about whether she minds being a Karen, or telling me that IPA and bitter are so different. I'm going to bet, it might not be now, but I'm going to bet that Chippy has been a member of CAMRA, the Campaign for Real Ale. Not IPA or... yeah, you said, wasn't it Carlsberg you mentioned? I think you mentioned Carlsberg. Folks, we are so close. 23 thumbs up. 25 is the record for thumbs up while live. There must be a couple of you out there that haven't hit the button yet. Come on, get us to 26. You know you want to. Cheers to everybody that has hit the thumbs up. You're not a member, but you do read their guidebook. Or is there still a guidebook? It's probably all just online now, isn't it? I paid for the membership once just to get into a what would you call it? Exhibition's not the right word. A big tasting session. Um, I ended up off my rocker that night. The camera guy's drinking half pints of everything, making notes. Yeah. Could they taste the woody oatiness of the barrel? I'm getting notes of chocolate and as bad as the fucking wine connoisseurs. Um, I laugh. I laugh. I'm not having a go at them really, but it's all online. Okay, but yeah, the woody oatiness of the barrel. Oh yeah, and they come in with their little book of tokens or whatever, and they want like 20% off everything that they do drink. It's either a book of tokens or just a card that they flash. I'm not sure how it goes nowadays. I've seen both over the years. Um, it might even vary regionally on how it works. I'm not sure. But yeah, they've all got long beards, haven't they? I'm not going to say anymore. Especially if you see my first video and you see my attempt at a long beard, it was a cracker. My friend Karen got rid of that in the end. My fucking long beard and long hair. I did my best to get rid of that myself at one point. I had an elastic I had a ponytail, guys, and it wasn't just an elastic band, but it was like a little scrunchy kind of thing. But it kind of melted or rotted in my hair and got stuck. And over time, it was just pulling tighter and tighter and tighter, and my entire head of hair was pulling tight. And I think 2 days before Christmas, I'd been working it loose and working it loose and trying to work it and trying to get it out, but couldn't. And in the end, I took it, pulled it as far away as I could, took a pair of scissors, and just went around and took the whole like skull cap, my ponytail, and um, you could almost you could almost compare it with what the Native Americans, you're going to call them, when they scalped someone. This thing came off, the ponytail, the dissolved or melted kind of rubber band thing, but also like a skull cap of hair came with it, all as one, all as one fucking piece. Surprisingly, it left me with quite an even hair length. I thought I was going to be wearing a baseball cap for the next 6 months. No, it came off. It left me with quite an even cut and no bald patch. Maybe because of the way that I'd loosened it and was able to lift it before cutting it. But apparently, it's quite a well-known thing that if you get one of these things kind of in your hair, and people who are homeless and what have you end up with a hair thing that it kind of twists and pulls tighter and tighter and tighter, almost kind of scalping them, and it has to be cut off. Where am I? Okay, I'm back. I'm back where I know. Chippy likes the darker beers. Yeah, me too on the whole. The blonde bitters. I was never a fan of the blondes. Trying to remember. I think Stones was quite a light one that I was never bothered with. What's the one in London? Courage. Courage. You need courage to drink it. That was a light one. Preferred darker. Santa. For legal reasons, only 1 pint. Yeah. For legal reasons, I'll say I believe you. Steve, hello, hello. How are you doing, sir? I've got that arrow in the way. Okay. You're not a camera type, but if a are you talking about the pub or bars? The pub or the beers? If it has 5 stars and others have two, you obviously go with the majority vote. Oh, bit of trapped wind still, folks. Folks, anybody who hasn't hit that, we're so close to getting this record. 2 more to equal the record, 3 to beat it, and that's on the number I've got here. Others might be seeing different numbers. I'm seeing 23 thumbs up. I know it sounds a bit desperate and a bit needy, keep saying it, but you know, I'm a tramp in a field. Do a guy a favour. The more thumbs up, the more likely YouTube are to tell other people all about it. Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, who knows? We might get other people popping in and saying, "Who are you? What's this all about?" And that may or may not be a good thing. I don't know. But I'm open to it. Either or, the ratings of the bar or the beer. I gotta. Oh, bloody hell. Excuse me. Just something about the way that I'm twisted and laying today that is just causing a little bit of internal discomfort. That and the fizziness of the beer. I am again on emmed brown now. But my pal Anthony, when he brought me, it was another one that was green. But it was a very different, it was a brand I'd not heard of before. I'm not sure I can find any of the empties. They'll be buried under tonight's, is it 3 cans? No, there's only 2 in the bin, isn't there? I don't know. Mute the sound, let the gas out. It's coming up this way. It's not going the other way. Yeah. Oh. Let's not do this. Oh, I watched a couple of old TrampCasts earlier. I watched 33. Oh, this is bad. I watched 33, which is from a year ago this week. And realised this was bad. So my mate Ismo was here with me in the tramp camp when he found out that his mum had died. And that was a year ago plus a month. And I'd missed the anniversary. I only realised I was watching back the 1 year ago, and if you remember, Ismo had driven his car from Finland, taken a ferry across to Sweden, another ferry across to Germany, and he was driving through Germany when his brakes went, and he didn't have the parts to fix it. So he parked up he got to the airport, took a plane, came here. Over the next week or so, got the parts, maybe a week or 2, got the parts together and the brake fluid and everything he needed, the tools and the parts. And then he flew back to Germany to go get his car and come here. But while all this was happening, while he'd come through without his car, his mum died. And I'd missed the anniversary. I didn't like commiserate him or commemorate her passing a month ago now. Would have been a year. So that was bad. But this is also, if any of you remember this, the one that I watched, 33, was 1 week after the absolute classic one, where I fell asleep. Karen will remember. Karen will remember me. She rang me to wake me up because I'd fallen asleep midstream, during the live stream. Yeah, 32. 32 is in 2 parts, and somehow, for the last year, they've both been labelled part 2. Not sure how that happened. But 32 is in 2 parts because I fell asleep and had to come back the next day and finish the story of the week. But yeah, Karen had to ring me and wake me up, and me just answering the phone ended the stream because I was laid back, mouth wide open, snoring away. And I went so fast. I watched it back. So everyone accused me, not everyone, but a lot of people accused me of being drunk, because this was where Ismo had pulled up and brought me some beer from Finland. He'd been in his car, but it had been chilled. I only drank 2 of the beers that he brought me before falling asleep. A hot day, sat outside. You are live. I got cut off again, folks. I was just saying about when Ismo pulled up and brought me the beer that time, and everyone accused me of being drunk and falling asleep because too much beer. But it wasn't. I was only on the second of the beers that he brought, and I went so fast, sober, but ranty. I was in a bit of a bad place at the time, emotionally, I guess, and I was a bit ranty against the mayor and against fucking whatever else. It wasn't one of my best streams, it has to be said, but I just faded so rapidly at the end. It's like I started yawning, and within 3 minutes of the first yawn, I'm asleep. Hadn't been slurring words or getting like argumentative more than the rants that I'd had earlier on in the stream. Wasn't the booze. I got stick from people saying it was, but I always get that anyway. Early on in this channel, I guess being homeless and being seen to have a can of beer in my hand or a glass of wine, which is even cheaper, but people used to give me stick. I attracted early on what's the word? I've lost it. Like the Plymouth Brethren, the people that are real like staunch anti-drink. I got a lot of comments from people saying oh shit, we're down to 5%. Got to plug the which cable? This one. Do you remember when I started and I was 100%? I unplugged it so that it wasn't crackly. Puritans, that's puritanical. That is the word I was looking for. Thank you. I'm bad at this. The words are there, but the synapses just don't connect. Doesn't always fire off and trigger right. Terrible for it nowadays. But yeah, I attract, I guess I'm homeless, so you attract people that want to help, which attract a certain type of people to an extent. But then, of the people that want to help, a higher proportion of them are of that kind of puritanical, that anti-drink kind of nature. And I'm in a country where a can of beer costs 28, 29 cents, maybe 30 at a push. Why wouldn't you have a can every now and again, or a few cans, or your friend brings you some? Like Anthony yesterday, Ismo in the story that I'm telling now, he brought me half a dozen cans from Finland. Drove them all the way from Finland. Let me have a quick check. There's conversations going on. People are not happy about Facebook for some reason. Sat there mouth wide open, dribbling, snoring, made 20 new subscribers that night. Not quite. Not quite. I lost. Oh man, was it? Karen will remember this. I think it was the day that I hit 300 subscribers. And I'd been waiting and waiting and waiting. I was sat on 299 like all day. And I bought a 12-pack of beer in readiness. And I was like, I promised everyone, no matter what time of day or night, when we hit 300, I will go live. And I'd only just done my first ever live stream a few weeks earlier. But I hit 300 at 3 o'clock in the morning. And I went live. And I cracked open a can of beer. Lost 4 subscribers instantly. I'm online celebrating hitting 300 and I'm down to 296. What was the point of celebrating? It looked false, it looked fake. Why are you celebrating hitting 300? You've only got 296. The American Bible Belt in particular was an early what would you call it? Inconvenience isn't the right word, but antagonist. Yeah. See, they want to be helpful. They want to G me along. They're going to follow. They're going to subscribe. But then I do something they disagree with. And so they go. And it is what it is. I can't change who I am and what I am just to suit some random people on the internet. I'm going to be me. I'm the guy that said the N-word about 3 weeks ago. Not at anybody. It's not a word I would use normally. I just believe that we should be able to discuss certain things. We should be able to say certain words. Certain words shouldn't be restricted to certain groups or from certain groups. Absolutely not a word that I would use ordinarily. I admit I did use it once naughtily, but the guy was trying to con me. But I'm me. I'm gonna be me. I'm not gonna change for you. Yeah, you know, we're gonna disagree. Nobody's gonna agree with me on everything. I don't agree with me on everything. I'll come back next week and disagree about something that I said this week or last week. You know, I might change my mind about the whole N-word thing with the hard R. I didn't soften it with the A ending. I went with the full. But I'll disagree with a year from now. I'll disagree with something I think now. We can't all agree on everything. So what are you going to do? Fall out with someone, leave someone, unsubscribe, divorce them, whatever. Every time you have a different viewpoint. That's unworkable. You can't do that. And so, I don't know where I was going with any of that. I'm me. I lost subscribers because they see that I'm homeless and they see that I drink. And they think he's homeless because he drinks. and they don't watch TrampCast 001 and see that I'm homeless because my bank's sitting on thousands of pounds of my money, but they don't believe that I'm me. That's the core of why I'm homeless. The fact that they gave me one method to prove who I am, and it involves walking into a branch of my bank, a specific branch, my branch in the UK. And then I've had this whole legal thing hanging over me for 5 years. And I know I need to read the paperwork. I know, guys. It might be coming to an end, or it might not after 5 years. Weird timing, though. Yeah, what's that about? But I'm not going off on that again. Tomorrow I'm going to sink a few beers and I'm going to read the paperwork. Bit of Dutch courage. I've been putting it off for, is it 2 weeks now? Probably is. I've got to get that sorted. Once that's out of the way, maybe I can go home. Wouldn't that be a thing? It'll take some doing, the financing of it and everything. Getting me and my doggy home. Trying to find somewhere to live before I get home. Paying for the dog to get home. She's more expensive than me. I might get a flight for 30 or 40 euros. The dog's going to cost 500. 400 for the flight. 100 for the crate. Another 100 probably in total for vets in between. We shall see. We shall see how that goes. Folks. I see people dropping in and out and new people coming in. 25 likes is my record for while live. I know I'm kind of sounding needy, but we're so close. Thumbs up would be appreciated. If there's anybody new out there, I'm so kind, says Karen, you are. Dada Chosky, you remember the one where I fell asleep, mouth wide open? I had to come back the next day to finish off. And somehow it's taken me a year to notice that both parts are labelled part 2. What the fuck? What an idiot. But yeah, I didn't gain subscribers though. Maybe if I release it as a short. Fuck. Maybe. You should have left me for the entertainment value. You would have suffered from like the second-hand embarrassment. How far behind am I? I'm a few minutes behind. Okay, that was Sean getting me the word for Puritans. Thank you. Feces book. Yeah, okay. People talk shit there. Oh, Chippy got there with Puritans as well, but Sean had already beaten you to it. Bunch of weirdos. It's just, look, there's a thing, isn't there, that I mean, they're called tramps, why not? It's the one synonym that I don't include. When I do that whole, a homeless guy, a tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode, a bum, some might say, someone who lives rough or on the streets, or in my case, in a field. When I do all of that, the one synonym I don't use is wino, because it would just trigger some people. They see a homeless guy and the automatic assumption is homeless because they drink. Not drinking because homeless or because it's a fucking hot day in Spain. I've told the tale of the English couple that walked past, and me and Tina happened to set off to the supermarket just after them, and somehow we overtook them, got there first. I walked in through the door, they walked in just behind me, and when you walk into this Mercadona, you walk in between two tills, and you go straight ahead, and the first item on that aisle is the beer. And it's their own brand beer. So I pick up a 12 pack of the cheapest beer there is. At this point, we're probably talking about 22 cents per can. It was something like 268 or something for a 12 pack. 268 for 12 beer. Not one, guys. This is not the UK. You know what I mean? It's 12 pack for €2.68. It was. It's €3 now. No, it's not. It's 3.60 now. But I picked that up, put it in my car, went and did a normal shop. I bought potatoes and onions and peppers and chorizo and not something for the dog and normal shop. But when I picked that first 12 pack up, this couple that walked past me here and we'd passed each other to the shop, she turns to him and she says, "See?" It's the funniest thing ever. It really was. I knew exactly what the conversation was that they'd had as they've walked past. Here's the alky, here's the wino, here's the tramp, And then I walk in the shop, and it just happens that of the 20 things that I'm buying, the beer was just the first thing I'm passing. So obviously it's the first thing I pick up. But she digs him in the ribs and goes, "See?" It's just funny. Funny to me anyway, I don't know. Probably lose another couple of subscribers. Always be you. This is not a flippant comment. Cheers, Chippy. Strong views on. I have strong views on some things. Other things are more malleable and fit in with the group kind of thing. But you only unsubscribe when people talk shit or bore you. Why are you still here? What the fuck? That branch is now closed. It is indeed. My branch of the bank is indeed closed. It was Morecambe on a street called Euston. I think it was Euston Road, which was actually a paved precinct, but it was still called Euston Road. Now my branch is Lancaster, I believe, if that one's not been closed already. This is irony of irony. Santander, fucking Spanish bank, but the UK half had been hived off and sold off or whatever, I don't know. They're totally separate now. Oh, Farmer, we were missing you earlier. I had to move my light, and I said, where's Fabrizio? Yeah, I've got the passport already, Karen, for the dog. She has a passport. But yeah, she will need a rabies jab bringing up to date, and then it's a 12-day wait for that to take effect, and then you have to do the worming 3 days beforehand. Well, the vet has to do the worming 3 days beforehand. Yeah, bloody expensive. Whether you go by plane or by overland on a truck. And if you go by plane, you've got that dread that the pilot has to remember to press a button to keep the cargo hold pressurized. And if he doesn't, you get to the other end and you've got a dead dog. Happens often in America, apparently. I don't know the details over here, but let me just. You've got a beggar. Karen's got a beggar near her. Sits outside Mercadona, and she's the cleanest beggar she's ever seen. Clean fingernails, trimmed beard. It's entirely possible that he's homed and housed, and there's a lot of Albanian gangs who just see these places as a money spot. They grab the pitch, they threaten anybody else who's around, and it's just cash. It's just money for free. Some of them. You ask Joby, my mate Joby, who plays his musical instrument around and about. He'll tell you horror stories about some of the gangs and how you have to work around them. Albanians in particular, apparently, organised and malicious and very, very threatening. Yeah. Let me just scroll and make sure that I've seen anything. Everything. I think I'm up to it back there. So I'm working forward again now. There was Farmer arriving. Okay. Oh yeah, the like button, folks. Yeah, no, it's not moving, is it? It's still stuck on 23. What are you all doing? He looks Spanish, very well groomed. You see, my nails, I've only just cut them this week, but my nails are, I don't know, you won't be able to see, my nails are always dirty. Always. I used to, way back, I used to always have a bowl of water outside. I had a bench that I'd built, and I had a bowl of water, and half a dozen times a day I'd be washing my hands and what have you. But now all I have to do is put my hands through my hair or scratch, and my fingernails will be black. Because I'm low on water, I'm not washing as much as I should, and I've got a layer of, and now it's summer and we've got all the sweat and everything as well. I only have to go like that, and my nails will be black. Yeah, they are. You're going back and forth in and out, Mike. What, volume or picture? I am not saying you aren't. Is this the volume thing, or you're not saying that I'm not washing enough? I don't know. I don't know where we just went, folks. I know that I'm not washing enough. I know I'm not washing my clothes enough. Water's tricky. I've thought that now that we're into summer and the foot wash place should be open, and I've got a way of fastening Tina and sneaking off unnoticed, I might be able to go and get 3 or 4 bottles of water and get back before she kicks up too much of a stink. And because the water's for washing, it doesn't matter that it's not good water. So I might think about doing that in the next few days. Anthony brought me a few bottles today for good water, tap water for drinking. Manicure. I've never had a fucking manicure in my life. Talk about idiopathic. My fingers are like a funny shape. I shouldn't be holding that one up. My fingers have they swell out at the end, and my nails don't curve around on the nail bed down to the rest of my finger. They're very. If you ever watch House, he talks about people having. Does he call them drumstick fingers or something? And mine are that, and it can be a sign of a heart problem. But it can also just be, as we were discussing earlier, idiopathic. It's no known reason. That word that doctors use when they've got no explanation. Idiopathic. Don't know. Funny shaped fingers that kind of swell out at the ends. Yeah. I'm not saying you're dirty. I know that I'm not as clean as I should be. I'm not as tidy as I should be, and I'm not as organized as I should be. I'm not as brave as I should be when it comes to reading papers from courts either. It's all right. This one didn't last very long, did it? I don't know if anybody noticed what time I cracked this one open. Does anybody see any advance on 23 on the old thumbs up? I'm not sure how much longer we're going to go, folks. If I was going to end on 4:30, I've missed it. 4.5, we've missed it. Keep the beer away from the lamp, Fabrizio, or keep the lamp away from the beer? There's the question. I do have to replace a lot of fluids. Very, very hot and sweaty in this tent today. Very, very. And I don't know if you've noticed, we're 4.5 hours in and I haven't needed a break for call of nature. The liquids are going in, but they're not coming back out in that way. I'm only 3. Is that what I said? That was the 3rd one I've just finished, yeah? Maybe? See whether I can. Cheers, folks. Do I remember seeing Jack Attack earlier? I thought I saw Jack Attack. I haven't seen him in a while. Fanmar says 25. I'm seeing 24. But okay, okay, 25's good. That equals the record. Where does it tell you? Somewhere in the chat or on the chat panel, you see a picture of a body and a number, and then a hand with a thumbs up and a number. Jack Attack is here, yeah? Lurking. So you guys are seeing 25. I'm only seeing 24, and that flies back again. And my fly spray's empty. Where'd he go? Can you hear the people outside? Tina girl. Hey, babe. Hey. Can we get Tina in shot? Let's have a look where you are. Let's have a look where you are. I don't even see you. Where are you? Well, you are still inside. Hello, babe. You're just here, look. Hello. That's a nice cuddle. Thank you. That's a lovely cuddle. Oh, yeah. That's a lovely cuddle. Oh, I won't be able to get her on screen, though. She's just at the end of the bed and to the right, but tight up against the bedroom, but around the corner of the door. So I won't be able to get her on screen. Yeah, if we need any research doing, Jack Attack will be there to clarify or to correct me when I say something wrong. Dad Chosky's only seeing 17 thumbs up. Okay. That's interesting. 17. I've been seeing 17 everywhere this week. I've told you about these AI sci-fi story kind of videos that I keep listening to on YouTube. Honestly, 17, 47, the names Chen and Martinez, and hegemony as a like a council or a body. These words, I'm building like a bingo card. Every fucking story. Every story. There are always 17 alien races in the room, and those races control 47 planets. and the Council of Aliens is 50% of the time, it's either called the Galactic Council or it's the something or other hegemony. Fuck. And this isn't just like one website. This is, there's like 20 of these different websites. But the frequency of the fucking number 17 and the number 47, they're all using the same AI large language model. I don't know what it is. Actually, I think I was listening to a story today and there was a sentence inserted into the middle of the story. It said, please check as such and such a such and such can be inaccurate. And I'm sure that was like an instruction from the AI to the people creating the story kind of thing, or that have prompted the story. That was a prompt to them to say, fucking check the output. They just left it in the story. They've taken the like the script and they've fed it to an AI bot to read. It's just I could have grabbed that. It's close enough. The 7 is that's the number of people here, Karen. Is it? That's the body, the head and the body. You can't be just seeing 7 thumbs up. That can't be right. Yeah, we've seen the. Yeah, we talked about it before. It should, depending on whether you're on a website or whether you're in an app, it should all just be being controlled by what's called an AJAX request, asynchronous JavaScript actionable execute. I can't remember what it fucking stands for, but basically the app's supposed to trigger off. It fires off a request and says, "What's the number? What's the number?" And when the response comes back, it asynchronously should handle that and update the count. But also, what you've got is what's called database sharding. Large sites like your YouTubes and your Googles don't just run off one central database. We used to call it master and slave. You'd have the master, you'd have one central database, you'd have lots of others, and they'd synchronize and update and coordinate between them. And so we could all be connecting to a different computer for those requests and getting like slightly out of date versions. Now, calling it master and slave became politically incorrect. I'm not sure what they call them now, but you've got that where there might be no one true copy of the database, or we might not all be connecting to the central real copy of it. So we're all firing off requests to get an updated number, but we're getting a response from different machines, basically. 40, yeah, you'd think 42 was the number of everything, but now I'm getting 47 in all of these. 17 and 47 are the 2 numbers, and I'm not the only one spotting it. When one of these stories comes out and we listen to them, you post in the comments and you say my bingo card, and you list your 5, 6, 7 predicted words, and wait and see how many come up. And a surprising number, always 17, and it can be multiple times for multiple different things. Always 17, always 47. It'll be the number of delegates in the Galactic Council. It'll be the number of races, or the number of whatever. It might be the number of ships in the fleet that's coming to invade Earth. It might be the number of ships that get destroyed on day 1, but always 17 and 47. There's always, and these will invariably be females. The captain or the admiral or whatever, Admiral Chen or Admiral Martinez, it's a female. Because girl boss, everything's a girl boss nowadays. Let me catch up. I'm behind again. It's the answer to the ultimate question, but what was the question? Wasn't the question 6 times 8? Or was it 6 times 9? Oh, yeah. It was the answer, but then they had to rebuild the whole universe or something to work out what the question was. And didn't the we go back to caveman times and they're drawing out circles out of a bag, and it was like 6 times 9. 42, and of course it's not, but basically the universe is fundamentally screwed up right from the very beginning, right at its very core. Um, was basically the answer to Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. That's what the ultimate message was. Um, Ajax Cleaner. Okay, Ajax. There was Ajax Cleaner back in the day. In the UK, we had Ajax. Didn't it get renamed? It was a scouring agent for bathrooms. But then you had Ajax of Amsterdam. That's a football club with basically the same name. Therefore 7. That's incredible. You maybe want to step out and back in and get an updated number. I'm still seeing 24. I've got 9 people in it, as far as I can tell. Sharting. That's not what I said. Shard with a D, I believe is the word. To hyphen off and to not hyphen off. That's not the hive off. To cleave off. Cleave's an interesting word. To cleave is its own opposite. You can cleave something as in to cut apart, but also to stick together is to cleave. Don't know how that happened. Maybe Rob Words can answer. There's probably 2 distinct routes that ended up with the. Had to save up for 4 Murphys. Maybe I should get a tent. UK beer prices. Yeah, mate. Yeah. I wouldn't like. I've got. No, how much is a pint of beer in a pub nowadays? When I left, a pint of bitter was just getting above £3 in Lancaster. Well, in Morecambe, not Lancaster. I was in Morecambe at the time. It was a pint of bitter was just above £3, I think. And in the shop, I was shocked to find that you couldn't buy a 4-pack of John Smith's. A 4-pack of John Smith's was almost £5. That would be with the widget. I don't know if that makes a difference. Those might have been the expensive ones. Or maybe those were the 500 ml cans rather than the 440. Possibly. I wouldn't usually be buying in 4-packs though. A 12 or 15-pack from the supermarket would be far preferable. But I'd need a mortgage for that nowadays, from what I can tell. Okay, you did the okie dokie. You put the left one out and left one in, and now it's 24. I see 24. 26 would make the record though, folks. You know, I mean, maybe somebody can share it out there or something. Or maybe you'd be embarrassed too, because we're not really talking about anything. We haven't got a proper topic. And your YouTube app, it's still 17. Weird, isn't it? It's strange. Does anybody want to look up what Ajax stands for in terms of JavaScript? Because asynchronous. I was a web designer and computer programmer, for fuck's sake, and I cannot for the life of me remember. AJAX, asynchronous Java action No idea. No idea. I don't even remember what were the names of all those fancy libraries that we used. Ajax is a bleach scouring cleaner here. It was here as well. Not here in the UK. We had Ajax. I just got a feeling it got rebranded when I was still a teenager or something, but I might be wrong. It might still exist. Ajax. I just remember like when I first started watching European football. Suzanne's off to bed. Good night, Suzanne. Thank you for being here. Thank you for stopping by with us. And you've been here a while as well, yeah. Cheers. Thank you for helping a tramp spend a Friday night and just spend some time, get through the day. Or night or evening, however we want to look at it. 2 a.m. here, yeah? Quarter past, nearly 20 past. Time flies, folks. Tempus fugit. I think it was a lady, wasn't it? The person who stopped by and asked Shame, Shame. Shame asked, "Who is this? What is this?" I don't think we ever got any follow up after I answered. So maybe it's not for her or him. Chris is off as well. Okay, Dadachowski, good night. You're all leaving me. Or maybe if the numbers drop any lower, I'll call it quits. I'm not going to sit here alone. Need some people to keep me company, folks. But we're not going to make the 26 hour. We're not going to hit the. We're not going to hit the magical number tonight. Didn't I see 24 before? I'm only seeing 23 now. MXL. Hold on. I remember XML, Extensible Markup Language, XML. You've just said what it stands for plus MXL. Oh, is it the X of Ajax is XML? Asynchronous JavaScript with XML, is it really? It was used for that a lot, but XML was a terrible... Oh, man. It was supposed to be a human-readable computer format. Angle bracket, like HTML, you got the... So you start with XML, open bracket, I think a question mark, XML, close. Your brackets are less than and greater than signs. And then, yeah, you would name sections of your document, your structured markup language. It was a subset of XSML or SGSML. No, SGML. Oh, you've got me thinking now, because I forgot all about XML. I haven't looked at that in years. So XML is like an advanced form of HTML that makes your web page. Within your web page, you would have a HTML tag and then a slash HTML at the end, and then within you'd have two sections: head to slash head, so begin head to end head, and then body to slash body, body to end body. So basically, your HTML, your web page has a head and a body. The head is invisible, what you might call metadata, data about your data, which is why it's called metadata. That's your head. And then you have the actual body, the actual stuff that gets, what's the word? That gets formatted and put on the page. Formatted is not the word I was looking for. It gets... Oh, for sake. My head does not work right. I'm not going to get it, but I know it. It's there. It's almost there. Rendered. Gets rendered as a... And we used to use tables to maintain the structure, but that was bad, so we started using divs. Oh, yeah. It's all coming back to me. It's almost like I used to be a web developer or something. I googled it, no idea what I just read. It is asynchronous JavaScript with XML. The JA is probably just from the JavaScript. The A probably doesn't mean anything. XML, that was the big deal. When it came out, it was supposedly going to be revolutionary because it wasn't binary, it was human readable and human editable. But actually the processing to read it was so expensive in terms of computing power. Wasn't a great choice. Tell you all about Ajax the Cleaner, yeah. But does it still exist in the UK? I thought Ajax got renamed. Didn't it become SIF? CIF? Was that not Ajax? Ajax was renamed to SIF. Probably in about 1980. And also you had the football team that were Ajax rather than Ajax, because the Dutch read a J as a Y unless you put a D in front of it. A D and a J gets that J sound. I think it's SIF, yeah, that's what I thought as well. I do believe it is SIF. I don't like it when they rename things, folks. I don't like it when they rename things. When Marathon became Snickers, don't like it. Didn't like it. When Oil of Ulay, I never used it, but my mum had Oil of Ulay. When Oil of Ulay became Olay, Oil of Olay, that's not the same. Weird. When they decide to rebrand things for apparently no reason. Sometimes they rebrand things because the word means something naughty in another language. I think I remember reading about, was it Ford? A car called Punto, which apparently wasn't a good word in Mexican Spanish. Was it Ford that had a Punto? Not sure. But I've got half a recollection somewhere in here, folks. If if I've got half a recollection, it's probably real. I'm not sure. Nobody's answering. So I'm going to assume I'm right. But yeah, sometimes they rename things for a valid reason because the word means something else somewhere else. GIF became SIF. GIF, the cleaner, not the lemon. Was it cleaner or was it the lemon? What was the question? Ford Punto. Was Punto a car that Ford had? The cleaner, okay. GIF cleanup became SIF. So Ajax might still be a thing. I thought that had got. I haven't seen that in forever, but that might just be me. Anybody just dropping in on this now is just going to wonder what the hell is this and why is this? Punto was Fiat Punto. Okay. But apparently in Mexican Spanish that meant something. I think it was along these lines. But I'm not sure. I could be misinformed or misremembering. It does happen every now and again. I was wrong once. It was 1979 and I thought that James Callaghan was going to win the general election. And I had 11 years to rue how fucking wrong I was on that one. I don't know, folks. How do I keep twittering on about nothing for so long? Yeah. So who's here still? Can we sound off any of you guys that are still here? I know there's going to be a couple of lurkers who won't answer. I've lost track of who's left and who's. Is Farmar still here? I think so. I think I've got Karen and Farmar. Dadichowski left. Suzanne left. Yeah, it's just us. There are other people out there who haven't introduced themselves and who are just watching, wondering how many. Okay, here's one for you guys. For you guys that are lurking, how many of you have just seen the listing that says "Come and talk to a tramp," and you're just dropping in and wondering what's what? Come and say hello. It's wide open. You can talk in chat. You don't have to be a subscriber or anything just to say hello. Introduce yourself. Ask questions. You might have questions. What tramp? Why tramp? Where tramp? Englishman in Spain. Trapped by circumstance. Farmers off on one. The who, how, what, when, where, why. Some people want to know. If you do want to know, if you are lurking and you do wonder, my first ever live stream was a question and answer kind of session. TrampCast 001. There's a link in the description that'll take you straight to it. For some reason, searching for it isn't as effective as it should be, given how many links there are to it and how well signposted it kind of is. For some reason, Google stroke YouTube don't link to it as well as they could or should, in my opinion. But there's a link in about halfway down in the description of every video that I do and every live stream that I do. Nova means new, doesn't it? In Latin? Or is this a joke to do with car names? Vauxhall Nova, of course. Okay, yeah. Nova to Corsa. What did we have? We had an Astra. Yeah. I'm not a drivist. I'm not a car person, but my missus was. We had an Astra at one point. It was great as well. We got it from a guy. I taught him how to use computers in his own home, and what happened was his daughter was away at uni, and she must have gotten in an argument with somebody, and someone scratched in the roof like "fuck you" in the roof, and it was going to cost so much to get that like redone that they just knocked it off the price of the car, and we picked it up for a song, and we didn't care. You know, if someone high up in a lorry or truck or in a bus or something can look down and see the roof says "fuck you," what do we care? We didn't. We called that car Maisie. This was good. Okay, where do you begin? Do you know what an Amazon affiliate is? Amazon associate was the proper name. Everybody else calls them affiliates. Amazon calls them associates. In the library with the dagger. Okay, here's one. This will get Farmer, maybe. I'm not sure about Canada. That game, the in the library with the drain pipe hit over the head with a candelabra or whatever. Um, in America, they call that Clue. And in the UK, where the game was designed and invented, it's called Cluedo. Yeah, with an E. Clue with a D-O on the end. The reason it's called Cluedo is because of the word Ludo, which I think is Latin for to play. And that game that we have as kids where you go around the board and if you land on top of the other person, you send them back to home and they have to begin again. So we had Ludo and they made that game Cluedo. It's just Clue in Canada, just like America. Yeah. So we've got this difference because Americans, it was thought, wouldn't understand what the dough meant, the Cluedo thing. Presumably they don't have Ludo as a game, a board game. But yeah, so Canada follows suit. North Americans keeping together and doing it the same way. Then they changed Ludo to headache. What? Some or lots of American influence, yeah. So you've got so many things. Here's one. Where's Waldo? It's British. The guy with the was he red and black stripes, and you have to spot him in the page, kind of thing. I think it's actually Scottish, and the game was called Where's Wally? Now that's in English. Wally is kind of a pun. It's short for Walter, maybe, but a Wally is an idiot. He's a fool. Red and white stripes, okay. But Americans don't know the word Wally. It's not a pun. It doesn't mean idiot. So in England or Scotland, when you're playing Where's Wally, it's Where's the Idiot. Where I think he was like a train spotter kind of thing. He was he's a weirdo. So Where's Wally? But Wally didn't mean anything in America, so they turned it to Waldo, which I don't know, just is. But Americans think that that's an American game or invention or puzzle, whatever you want to call it. It's just not. It's just not. I'm sure red and black. Maybe that's a difference again between stateside and our side of the pond. I'm not sure. In my mind, he looks a lot like Dennis the Menace, and he's got red and black stripes on. But that could just be me. What's that effect? The such and such effect. The South African President Mandela effect. I've been got by that a few times. That's Waldo sounds like magic idiot. Don't you have? Oh, you. I'm not saying you because you're a Canuck. Ralph Waldo Emerson. I'm going to say essayist. He's. I only know him for quotes. I don't know what. I don't know whether he was a. I don't know whether he was a fiction writer or I'm guessing essayist. But yeah, Ralph Waldo Emerson is the only Waldo I know. Karen thinks it's red and white as well. Okay, it could be me misremembering. I I was wrong once. I'm not sure how many other Waldos there are. Literally, Ralph Waldo Emerson is the only one. I don't know who. I know he gets when you look through books of quotes, he gets listed a lot, along with like Dorothy L. Sayers and Winston Churchill and Marcus Aurelius and other quotable people. Karen's off to check. She's my fact checker. Because Jack Attack's not here doing his job. Hey, Jack. You're probably out there, aren't you? Lurking still. Definitely red and white. Okay. I stand corrected. Or at least I lay here corrected. Been doing this for 5 hours, folks. How? If any of you new guys that have just dropped in, I know people are cycling in and out. I am only a couple short of a record on the thumbs up. Would be nice to actually break this record now that we're this close. The numbers have just updated, and now 9 people here. We were down to 7. You're probably all going to leave again now that I've said this. Don't want to sound too needy, folks. I am just a couple of thumbs ups away from a record for my live streams. Feel free to introduce yourself in chat if you're new. If you're wondering what's what, come and ask. I'm happy to give a 2 or 3 minute rundown. If you've just seen Come and Talk to a Tramp and you're wondering who, how, what, when, where, why, happy to answer. Or scare you away as the numbers drop down to 7. Wow. That was effective. Not only did I scare the newcomers away, I scared more. We're down to 6 now. If we get any lower, we have a great orator in you, Mike. I don't think so, mate. It's nice of you to say so, but right. Yeah, I'm not the greatest speaker. Do you know? Oh God. I've said about how I would hide from cameras and things. I would never have thought that I could do this, whatever this is. Yeah, come and talk, people. Talk. You're out there and you're not introducing yourselves. We don't bite. I don't even have teeth. I can't bite. My dog's asleep, but she's running in her sleep, making noise over in the distance. Hey, babe. Tina girl. Come and introduce yourself. Oh. There's the first yawn. First in a while, anyway. We'll have to watch for that. I'm not going to beg anymore for these thumbs up. They're not going to happen, are they? I resign myself to the fact that tonight's not the night that we smash the record. Is tomorrow a day off, Karen? My first chat was scary. I didn't know what to do. Was that TrampCast 001, where you were like the second or third person to say hello? Why was himself not typing away? He was the first to discover me. Bloody subscriber number 34 over there should have been in first, no? Tomorrow's a work a day. Hold on, a day off, but you've got stock arriving. You're gonna be home to receive it. That's awesome to have all those likes. It is. It's good, isn't it? I mean, for a tramp, yeah. It's how do I put this? I was watching the stream from 1 year ago, and I was on, I think, 950 subscribers or thereabouts. I think 930 something. It was like I was announcing the race is on to get to 950 from 9:35. A year later, I have only added about 300, 400. It depends how you want to count it. I'm only on 1,320 something, I think, subscribers at the minute. So the channel's not really growing. YouTube seems to spend a lot of time just pushing out to the people who are already subscribed, and we're not getting in front of a new audience, except when there's major drama. So you remember a couple of months ago when I had that rain spell, my week of hell that went on for 3 weeks. Loads of new subscribers. People tuning in to find out whether I'm dead or not. You know what I mean? It's to find out whether I'm flooded out and loads of new subscribers. But the ordinary day in, day out, week by week grind, that just the life of just, even when I was doing video videos, pre-recorded, when there's a story to tell, but my life is such there just isn't there isn't a story to tell. Where are we going here? Okay, you were in Spain, he was in England, so it's just you and your mum over here. That's why you were in chat. And then you came to meet a stranger in the park. You did indeed. Was it the next day or 2 days later? I've lost track of the details of that. Obviously, I remember you coming to the park and you brought a chair and a towel, and you cut my hair and trimmed my beard. And boy, did I need again. But boy, I'm gonna do it one day this week. But boy, did I need the beard trim and the haircut back then. That was one of my best videos at the time. One of my most successful videos. That Trampsformation with a P. Trampsformation. A picture of me before, and the thumbnail was a picture of me after, but it was just the silhouette. So people had to tune into the video. Yeah, it was a good video and a very good haircut, obviously. Plastic, yeah, scissors. You didn't even have the clippers that time. No. About 2 days later, yeah, you had to work out how to email me. You got to find the description. A lot of it's funny. We laugh about this, but we just expect people to know how to use YouTube. No one's ever taught you. And so when someone say, "Oh, it's in the description," yeah, but where's the description? Where's that? Some of these people that are lurking now might never have chatted in their life. They might never have used the tippy tappy typing chat. If that's you guys, depending on whether you're on mobile or not, if you're on mobile, you can click the screen and then you're looking for a symbol that's 2 speech bubbles, one behind the other. Or under the player, you will find a like a text box, and it will say join chat or something like that. And click in there and come and chat while we're live. Type a message. You're most welcome. Always happy to see new people. It was my first live and Karen's first chat in a live stream. Yeah, might even have been your first live. Yeah, your first. Had you watched live streams before, Karen, or only videos? Lurkers are just listening. This is true. It could well be, but yeah, you'd never been on YouTube before. Okay, that's quite the leap, then, isn't it? First time watching YouTube, and you jump in and on the chat and say hello, and you're only the second or third person. I don't even know if I've made a note of who the first person was. I probably should, in case I see them again. Not sure what I'm listening to. Someone on a bicycle. 2 people on bicycles. It's okay, Tina. Tina's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Probably. Unless I hear them stop outside the tent. But yeah, I don't know. Okay, folks. Are they French? What? I'm lost again. I get lost so easily by some of these comments you guys throw out. On the bikes, are they French? Still don't get it. I've got images of Allo Allo and the Rene or the policeman, the English policeman that couldn't speak French properly. Other than that, I don't know where we're going. No fucking idea. Tell you what I'm going to do. I am just going to flick the fan on for 5 minutes, if I can. Is it coming on? Here it comes. Here it comes. It's still quite warm, folks. It's a very warm day here in Spain. On the bike, string of onions. Okay. That is how they look. You got to have the blackberry and a black and white stripy T-shirt, a string of onions, a red neckerchief, maybe. I don't know where that comes from or why. I've just got that image. Du pan, du van, du bosan. If I remember that advert correctly. That was a bread, wine and cheese, if I remember. Pan, van, bosan. Bread, cheese and wine. I don't know how I got there, folks. I don't know why or how. Also, this one's gone quickly again. Or is it? Is this the third can? And we're 5 hours, nearly 20 minutes in. So I guess I'm not drinking them that quickly. It just feels like it sometimes. Has anybody got any more topics, or are we going to call it quits soon? I might call it quits on 5.5 hours. If we can't get the number of thumbs up moving, and if we can't get some kind of rational conversation rather than just us gibbering, the 3 of us, I think it's just Karen, Farmer, and me, and a few lurkers who I hope are enjoying whatever this is, but I don't know what this is. Topic: a hazelnut in every bite. Yeah. So is squirrel shit. Topic. See, we could start talking about old chocolate bars and things that don't exist anymore. But we'd probably lose Farmer because different countries, different chocolate bars. See, one of my favorite chocolate bars was the Texan bar when I was a kid, but that got abandoned somewhere about 1977 or 78. That disappeared entirely. Jaunts in the park. What do you want to talk about in the park? I lived in the park for 2 months. I had people trip across me by accident while walking their dog. We could discuss the difficulties of trying to go to the toilet in the park. Oh man, let's do this. Oh wow. Yesterday. Yesterday. Um oh man. I had to go. We're going number twos, okay? And I trot off into my corner. I go under some trees over there. It used to be really thickly covered with lots of coverage of trees and bushes and things, but now not so much. So I've got like a carpet or a mat stood on end, and it wraps around, and I can squat down behind. Now, I'm not going to go into too graphic a detail here, folks, but I've been doing this now for 2.5 years, right? Nearly three. In August, it'll be 3 years. My ability to squat when I first was homeless, I couldn't I couldn't like stay down and squat down for more than 10 seconds without being in agony. Now I can do 2 or 3 minutes. Yesterday I squatted down, pants around my knees, uh, squatting, and I'm trying to push it out, and it's begun. There's no stopping it. It's begun, but it's not moving. Oh my God. I've heard stories of like sailors who've been adrift for, like 50 days or something, and they'll talk about having to dig it out with a stick. And oh man, I am squatting and trying to drop, squat and drop, and it's just sitting there. And my ankles, my calves, my thighs are on fire. I've been squatting for so long. It's good conversation, yeah. I'm in absolute fucking. I'm surprised that I'm not in pain today because this went on so fucking long. Yeah. Like I said, when I first was made homeless and having to do this out in the wilds, it was difficult. There's a balance question when you're not used to doing it, and there's just the act of squatting and the muscles that are being used, and so they'll be on fire. They'll be absolutely hurting and shaking while you're trying to get done what you need to do. But after 2.5, nearly 3 years, to suddenly be in the same kind of situation, shaking and the legs in pain, I wasn't expecting that. That was that was out of the blue. There's a question. We probably lost half the audience. Um, oh, the French, yeah. Well, the Spanish jails, the Spanish prisons. Prison's not the right word. The celdas, the Guardia Civil. They do the shower tray thing as well. Oh, in the Guardia Civil, it's the tray has the built-in kind of foot rests and then the kind of elongated hole for you to do it in. The courthouse is a literal shower tray. So if you're actually stuck in the cells in the courthouse for any length of time, as I always am, they deal with me last every time I'm in the courthouse. I go last, and so I can be in there 2 or 3 hours. And I asked last time I was desperate, and I thought I needed a crap, but when I got in there, it wasn't it wasn't a crapping kind of hole. It was literally just a shower tray for you to piss in. Um, how the fuck do they get away with this kind of inhuman shit? I've said about the time that I was in the cells and we were unchecked for 18 hours, and I was absolutely bursting for the toilet. 18 hours. Nobody came to check on us. Nobody brought us water or food or anything. And fortunately, I'd been given I think it was a 2 litre water bottle when I first got in there, and I'd finished it or almost finished it, but now I need the loo. And I'm ringing. There's a little buzzer in your cell, but nobody's responding. No one's coming. They've got a camera. I'm waving and trying to signal. Nobody's coming. 18, maybe not quite 18, maybe 16 hours. You're big. Time's difficult to tell. You haven't got a watch. There's no clocks. You're just going by daylight to nighttime. Nobody came. In the end, I finished my water, and I just pissed in that bottle. A 2 litre pop bottle type, water bottle. I 3/4 filled that thing in one go. It's not like I was having a piss now and another piss in 8 hours and one go, and it was dark brown. We were talking about bitter versus IPA and what have you before. This was the deepest, darkest, dark orange stroke brown. Because I'd just been waiting and crossing my legs and waiting and St. Vitus dance kind of wait. Inhuman. I've been in there and other people have pissed out of the cell into the corridor, iron bars. They'll piss out into the corridor or just piss in the cell. I've been there when people have pissed themselves and they've had to go and find them some kind of temporary clothing. But to not check that long, and even when people, each cell has this little red button, this little, it's hidden in the wall kind of thing, but it's there, and it's meant for, like, I need help. Can I go to the bathroom? Can I do this? Can I do that? Can you get me water, please? Nothing for fucking however many hours. 14, 16, 18, whatever it was. Unbelievable. Yeah. You're allowed a phone call. Now legally you're allowed that phone call at any time. You are allowed that phone call at any time. That's not what they tell you. If they offer you the phone call and you say, no, I don't need to phone anybody. But then later on you decide, actually, yeah, I could do, no, they're not going to let you. And 3 days later, if you're arrested on a Friday afternoon, it'll be Monday morning before you're taken in and you do the solicitor thing and what have you. And you're kind of given paperwork. And then you have to sign that you've been told your rights and that you have a right to a phone call at any time. Yeah. No. They will literally tell you, no, I asked if you wanted a phone call yesterday and you said no. So now no phone call. That's how it is. They abuse the system, but then they make you sign bits of paper that say you understand these rights. You have the right to make a phone call at any time. Well, that's not what he said. Could have injured yourself holding it for that long. Yeah. It's a conundrum, isn't it? You're dehydrated and so it's so brown or really dark, but you've held that long that you've got like 1.5 liters. I was worried I was going to fill that bottle. I was literally worried I was going to fill the bottle, and all in one go. Not over the course of a day. I mean, it was, but it was in one go in the day. That was the water I'd been given like first thing in the morning and last thing at night. I'm filling the same bottle with the same water that's gone through. Crazy. I was going to end at 5.5, wasn't I? And we're after it. I've missed it. Only by a few seconds though. What do you think, folks? Shall we call it quits there? I think we probably should. It would have been nice to have hit 26 thumbs ups during the stream, but it wasn't to be this time. Maybe next. Maybe next. As I say, folks, we might do a TrampCast special tomorrow afternoon when I do the paperwork thing. Might. But I am going to have to beer up first as a Dutch courage. Yeah, I mean, well, you can pee through the door because it's iron bars, so you can just pee through the door. But there's just in the corridor, there's just a drain anyway. There's a water drain just on the floor anyway. So if anybody does anything like that, they just hose it down and on you go. But the cell smells of shit, where people have stuck their finger up their bum, got some poo and written on the walls. Lots of brown writing on the wall in the cells. Also, surprisingly, lots of words engraved into the wall where people have snuck in like I don't know, a nail file or a nail or I don't know what they've done, but they've got some sharp object. Even though they take your belts and your shoelaces and everything away, some people got some things in. One time, I had one of my sets of false teeth in my pocket, either the top or the bottom. One lot was in the bag of like your possessions. They put everything in a little envelope, well, in a big envelope. One set was in there and one was in my pocket. And I'm asking them, why have I not got both? Why have I got one and not the other? This is back when I still wore my false teeth. I was dead worried that I'd lost them because these things are fucking expensive and I've already had to buy multiple sets. Why did I have one and not the other? But it was there in my pocket. Anyway, folks, I think we're going to call it quits somewhere here or hereabouts. You don't want to hear too much about my well, they're not prison exploits. Prison's not the right word. Americans draw a distinction between jail and prison. This is just a night in the cells or whatever. Maybe the weekend in the cells. I do seem to have been there a few times. There's a homeless guy. For anyone new who's just lurking and watching, as a homeless person, you do invariably come into contact with law enforcement and get dragged off every now and again. And as a person who had a court case pending, and they have a terrible habit of not telling me when the court case is, and then turning up and arresting me for non-attendance, and then just letting me go the next day, like 24 hours later. Like, we've just had the actual court case 2.5 months ago, apparently. But nobody remembered to tell me. They've literally, after 5 years, they've had the court case without telling me when or where. And then they waited 2 months afterwards to tell me that it happened. And they rang me up to say, where are you? And I said, well, I'm at that last place that you arrested me at. You know where I am. And when they brought me the paperwork that was already pre-printed, it had this address on. Like the man in the tent opposite Repsol at Cala de la Thora. I am where they knew me to be. And I've been here for 2.5 years, as this YouTube channel will kind of show. And somehow, 2 months ago, 2.5 months ago, they managed to have a court case and forget to invite me. Tomorrow I'm going to have the grand unveiling of the documentation. I've left it too late, but I got to look at it eventually. I've been chickening out. So we're going to do that tomorrow. But for now, I'm about to draw this to a close, folks, I think. I was wanting to hit 26 thumbs up before the end of the show. During the show, that would be a record. 25 is the current record. I'm showing 23 here. Others told me 24 earlier, but I'm not sure. But folks, we're over 5.5 hours in. I do got to get some sleep eventually, and so do some of you guys and gals. Thank you very much for being here with me, for keeping a tramp company on a Friday night. I would close out in the tradition of the channel from Tina and from me, Delta Mike. She's obscured, she's around the corner. She's here in the room with me, but hidden. But I will wish you all good night and God bless. So from Tina, although you can't see her, and from me, Delta Mike, out. Awkward moment.